268 The house at all till it has been erected upon its foundations, and until the scaffolding has been removed, nevertheless the foundation is absolutely indispensable. This comparison may be applied to the upbuilding of communist society. The foundations of communist society are laid by the organization of industry, and first of all by a purpose of unification of industry under state control. To carry out this design in practice, it was necessary, first of all, to take stock. We had to know precisely what resources were available for the proletarian power. We had to know what supplies there were, how many enterprises. By degrees, ties arose between what had formerly been independent enterprises. Central instruments came into existence for the supply of raw materials, fuel, and accessories. A network of organs for the local and central administration of industry was created, and this was already in a position to elaborate a general plan and to apply the plan all over the country. The administrative apparatus of industry, regarded from above, is constructed as follows. At the head of each factory there is the workers' factory administration. This usually consists of the workers in the enterprise, who are members of the appropriate trade unions, and of members of the technical staff who are appointed subject to the approval of the Central Committee of the Workers' Trade Union. 2/3 of the members of the factory administration are ordinary workers, and 1/3 belong to the technical staff. In certain cases, where we have to do with a number of comparatively small undertakings, there are district administrations in close touch with the local economic councils, and these in their turn are in touch with the local Soviets of workers' delegates. Larger undertakings are directly subordinated to the so-called chiefs and centers. These chiefs and centers constitute unions of whole branches of production. For example, the chief textile supervises the whole textile industry, chief nail supervises all the production of nails, chief coal supervises all the production of coal. Refer back to the small type list in 98. The organizations which, under state capitalism, had been 269 state trusts presiding over specific branches of production, have in our system become chiefs and centers. The composition of these chiefs and centers is decided by the Presidium or Executive Committee of the Supreme Economic Council, see below, and by the Central Committee of the respective trade union. Should any dissension arise, the place of this trade union is taken by the All-Russian Central Soviet of Trade Unions, which decides the composition of such a center in conjunction with the Presidium of the Supreme Economic Council. The local economic councils are usually responsible for the organization of minor enterprises. The chiefs and the centers, in their turn, are united into groups of kindred industries. For example, such unions of chiefs constitute respectively the Gamza, state machine shops, the Centro Copper, the chief gold, the chief nails, etc. Here, for instance, is a list of the groups comprising the Department for Metals. In the textile industry, at the head of which is Centro Textile, we have in addition the so-called Kusts, especially in the cotton industry. These unite undertakings which produce half-manufactured products in various stages of manufacture, and also finished products. Speaking generally, it may be said that all this organization is still in a state of flux, new forms are continually arising, and old forms are continually dying out. This is inevitable during a time of febrile constructive activity, and know of enterprises 1. The factories of Sormovo and Kolomna, Gamza, 17-2. Central Coke, Furnace, and Iron Works 8-3. Iron Mines of Kalyuga and Ryazan 9-4. Malzov Works 6-5. Centro Copper 10-6. Avtozav, Motor Car Works, 3 and so on. 270 When the conditions are so unfavorable because we may own the Ural region today and lose it to the enemy tomorrow, because we may be excluded from Ukraine today and may be in control there tomorrow. Not only, then, are the individual branches of production unified, but these branches of production are further integrated into larger unities. It need hardly be said that such combinations of branches are formed, first of all, between branches of a kindred character. For example, the production of nails, that of machinery, that of copper, and that of copper utensils, etc., are combined into a metal group. This group of chiefs constitutes the Department for Metals of the Supreme Economic Council. There are several such departments. Besides the Department for Metals, we have the Department for Chemical Industries, the Department for Foods, the Printing Department, etc. In the autumn of 1919, the structure of these various departments was still far from uniform. In the Department for Metals, the predominant influence was exercised by the Central Committee of the All-Russian Union of Metal Workers. The metal workers belong to the workers' vanguard, they are mentally alert, they are splendid workers, for these reasons they have excellent administrative capacity. In some of the other departments the conditions are less favorable. For example, it was not until the autumn of 1919 that the workers began to participate in the administration of the Department for Chemical Industries, for not until that date had there been constituted any corporative unity in this class of work. All the departments are subordinated to the Supreme Economic Council, Vysovnaraz or SEC. This consists of representatives of the Soviet of Trade Unions, of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of Soviets, and of the People's Commissaries. Its affairs are managed by a presidium. Thus the SEC coordinates all the economic activities of the country, and the primary duty of the Council is to draw up and to carry out a unified scheme for the state administration of economic life. The activities or the Gmza demonstrate the capacity or 271 the workers, with the aid of the requisite types of organization, to increase production. The union or metal workers, it will be remembered, has the decisive influence here. Quantities produced. Data furnished from Comrade Larin. The period of time to which the second line in the table relates was 3 times as long as the period to which the first line relates. It will be seen that the production was more than 3 times as great. With the aid of a certain amount of organization, which is already progressing satisfactorily, it has become possible to make a more purposive use of the apparatus for controlling the supply of raw material than has hitherto been made by the chiefs, and also to secure a better centralization of production by restricting it to the best equipped undertakings. The latter is a logical consequence of the general plan. Plainly, it is more advantageous to utilize the best equipped undertakings, to concentrate all our energies upon the maintenance of these, rather than to trouble ourselves fruitlessly by having recourse to inefficient and badly equipped undertakings. In this matter, likewise, we have of course to reckon with the general scarcity of fuel and raw materials. Owing to the scarcity, we have often been compelled to close down some of the largest works, in the textile industry, for instance. Even today we owe to these causes the still persistent partial disorganization of production. Asterisk, a pud is a Russian weight, equal to 40 Russian pounds or about 36 English pounds. 272 The main trouble here, however, is not the lack of organization properly speaking, but the lack of material things requisite for production. Nevertheless, the centralization of production advances with irresistible strides. The Gmza, for instance, has closed a considerable number of second-rate enterprises and has concentrated production in 16 of the best-equipped works. The electrotechnical industry, which was quite disintegrated under capitalism, has now been unified. The same thing has happened in various other branches of production: tobacco, farinaceous foods, sugar, textiles, etc. The wise and thrifty utilization of the extant supplies of materials and energy is a matter of immense importance. At first, as we have seen, there were no inventories. A number of warehouses were destroyed, and the stores they contained were pillaged, or they disappeared no one knew whither, before there had been any discussion of the right utilization of these resources. But in this field, likewise, order was gradually introduced, although with great difficulty. In the case of many articles, we now have definite information as to the amounts available. See table, p. 271. It is perfectly plain that a great deal still remains to be done to perfect the regulation and organization of economic life. Confusion and disorder are still widely prevalent. The apparatus does not yet dovetail properly, but the general framework has already been constructed. Our task now consists in advancing the work along three lines. First, we must perfect the unification of all the economic activities of the country. Secondly, we must perfect our general plan of economic administration, must centralize production more completely, must organize it better, and must continue to improve our administrative apparatus. Lastly, we must learn to make a still better use of all the raw materials and stores in the country. 273. The following table gives a comparative statement relating to the supply of fuel and of raw material in the years 1918 and 1919 respectively. The data have been furnished by Comrade Milyutin. The table shows that order was being established in many departments. It likewise shows that our chief trouble has been the loss of the petroleum supplies. 96. The development of economic cooperation with other lands. The question of our relationships to the foreign world is intricately connected with the question of the organization of large-scale industry. Soviet Russia is encircled by a blockade, and this does immense harm to the country. The figures in the following table show how important the interruption of economic intercourse with other lands has been in its influence upon Russian manufacturing industry and agriculture. Kind of fuel or of raw material. 1918-1919. A. Fuel. 1. Coal from the Moscow and Borovich areas. 80 million poods. 80 million poods. 2. Wood used or stored 4 million cubic 5,500,000 poods. 3. Peat 58 million poods. 60 million poods. 4. Petroleum 98 million poods. 1. B. Raw materials used or stored. 1. Flax no record 5 million cubic. 2. Cotton 6,500,000 poods. 2. 3. Wool 2 million poods. 4. Hemp 2 million poods. 5. Metals 30 million poods. 40 million poods. 3. 6. FNRS. 1. Baku occupied by the British. 1. Including Turkestan cotton now on the way. 3. Including metals from the Urals. 274. Our chief imports were manufactured articles, and between 1909 and 1918 the quantity of these imports increased by 65%. The import of raw materials and half-manufactured goods increased in the same period by 60%. Thus the importance of imports notably augmented. The most notable imports were industrial machinery apparatus of various kinds, hardware, agricultural machinery, chemical products, electrical accessories, and other means of production. But there was also a steady increase in the import of articles of consumption, textiles, leather goods, etc. All intercourse with Germany was broken off at the outset of the war. When Soviet Russia was blockaded, trade relations with the Entente likewise came to an end. According to pre-war estimates, our total imports of goods amounted to nearly 1.5 milliards of rubles. This shows what a loss the blockade has inflicted upon us. The policy of our party must therefore aim at the reopening of economic relationships with other states insofar, of course, as this is compatible with our general aims. The best guarantee, in this connection, would be a decisive victory over the counter-revolution. A second task concerns the mutual economic relationships between Russia and those countries in which the proletariat gains the upper hand. We must aim, not merely at economic exchanges with such countries, but if possible, we must collaborate with them in accordance with a common economic plan. Should the proletariat prove victorious in Germany, we should establish a joint organ which would direct the common economic policy of the two Soviet republics. It would decide what quantity of products German proletarian industry should send to Soviet Russia, how many skilled workers should migrate from Germany to the Russian locomotive factories, for instance, and, conversely, what quantity of raw materials should be sent from Russia to Germany. We are perfectly well aware that Europe will be able to recover far more rapidly from the present state of disorganization in the event of a union being formed between the various countries. Naturally, we have no intention to unite with any capitalist land. On the other hand, we can and must enter into a close economic alliance with Soviet republics, must collaborate with them in accordance with a common economic plan. The economic proletarian centralization of production upon an international scale, such is our goal. 97. The organization of small-scale industry, handicraft, and home industry. We have seen that one of the chief obstacles to the upbuilding of communism in Russia arises from the fact that in general our country, like all undeveloped and backward lands, is one of petty enterprise. Above all is this true of Russian agriculture. But the manufacturing industry of Russia likewise retains vestiges of the old type of relationships. We have large numbers of born workers, independent artisans, and small-scale producers. According to pre-war statistics, in 84 provinces there were in all about 1,700,000 petty enterprises carried on by home workers. In the following statement, these home industries are numerically classified according to the nature of the products. 276. According to some estimates, the number of independent home workers was reduced by 1 million during the war, and this despite the fact that, owing to the disorganization of large-scale manufacture, many workers took to home industry. The reduction is to be explained by the migration and dispersal of home workers in search of regions where there was more to eat. In the provinces of Vologda, Novgorod, and similar regions, where the food conditions were high, minerals 66,400, pottery and earthenware, tiles, millstones, whetstones, copperware, lime. 2 wood 467,900, mats, vats, tubs, barrels, fumiture, bast shoes, sledges and country carts, baskets and basketware, wheels, fellies, charcoal, pitch, and tar, spoons and other wooden utensils, boats and rafts, in all, 18 industries. 3 metals 130,500, nails, hatchets and other smithy work, locks and knives, jewelry, watches and clocks, foundry work, window frames and door frames, buckets and pipes. 4 spinning, weaving, etc. 65,200, weaving, fulling, spinning, lace making, kerchief making, net making and rope making, carpet making, cap making, brush making, etc. 11 industries in all. V. Leather goods 208,300, boots and shoes, sheepskin coats, small leather goods, saddlery, fur mitts, combs. 6 miscellaneous 185,400, these comprise, tailoring 104,900, various industries 73. 800 the making of icons 3,600 the making of 3,100 concertinas. 277 particularly bad, the falling off ranged from 20 to 25%. On the other hand, in the provinces of Kursk, Orel, Simbirsk, and Tambov, there was an increase of from 15 to 20%. The proletarian power is faced by the question, how is this mass of petty producers to be incorporated into the general system of the socialist economy now in course of construction? In the first place, it is absolutely clear that forcible expropriation is here quite inadmissible. The petty producers must not be bludgeoned into the socialist realm. We must do everything in our power to make it easy for them to undergo the necessary change, and to understand that it is not merely necessary but advantageous. This can be achieved by surrounding the home worker with certain conditions. What are these conditions? How can they be secured? First of all, we must include home industry in the general scheme for the state provision of fuel and raw materials. For if the home worker receives from the state organization of the proletariat the fuel and the raw materials which are requisite for his productive occupation, then he will become dependent upon that proletarian organization. In former days, under capitalism, the dealer or the factory owner often supplied the home worker with raw materials, and thereby the latter became dependent upon the former. Of course, the dealer or the factory owner looked after the home worker in this way in order to exploit him. The home worker was really working, not for himself, but for a capitalist. Of a very different character is the dependence of the home worker upon the proletarian state. The proletarian state, the workers' state, neither wants to, nor will, nor can, exploit the home worker. The proletarian state only wants to help the home workers to organize themselves jointly with the other workers. The proletarian state will not extract profit from the home workers, it does not extract profit from anyone, its aim is to attract the home workers and their organizations into the general labor organization of industry. The home worker who is dependent upon the dealer or the factory owner, works for the dealer or the factory owner. He becomes their beast. 278 of burden. The home worker who is dependent upon the proletarian state is a social worker. Thus, the first requisite is to include the home worker in the general scheme for the supply of fuel and raw materials. Secondly, it is essential that the home worker should receive financial aid from the state. Formerly, under capitalism, the usurious dealer likewise helped out the home worker in money matters. But he supported the home worker much as the cord supports the man who has been hanged. The dealer enslaved the home worker in the most barbarous fashion, for the dealer, spider-like, sucked a golden juice out of the home worker. The proletarian state can really help the home worker with money, supplying the money to enable the home worker to execute state orders, with no intention of extracting profits, with no usurious aim whatever. Thirdly, it is self-evident that the proletarian state must place its orders with the home worker in accordance with a centralist system. Supplying the home worker with raw materials, with fuel, with accessories, and in case of need with implements, the proletarian state authority places its orders in accordance with a definite plan, and is enabled to include the home worker in the general scheme of social production. Thus the home workers will by degrees be drawn within the general system of production now being organized upon socialist foundations. They will be drawn within that system, not only by being supplied with certain products of social production, but also because they themselves will be directly working for the proletarian state in accordance with a plan prescribed for them by the instruments of the proletarian state. Fourthly, the help given to the home workers, in the manner just described, must be conditional upon their organizing themselves like other workers. The proletarian state must give the preference to those home workers who unite, who organize themselves into artels or cooperatives of production. More 279 important still, it must give the preference among such organizations, to those which are undertaking large-scale cooperative production instead of petty production. Every entrepreneur, however small the scale of his operations, and even the independent home worker, has at the bottom of his heart a desire to become a great entrepreneur, a desire to get on in the world, a desire to have an establishment of his own, to engage hands, and so on. Under capitalism, artels, or cooperatives of production have tended, as they have grown stronger, to degenerate, in actual fact, into capitalist undertakings. It will be hugely different under the proletarian dictatorship. Here there is no scope for capitalism. Instead, we have the state authority of the workers, which organizes all possible kinds of unions among the workers, and which holds in its hands all the financial resources of the community, and, still more important, all the means of production. Formerly it was absurd to believe that artels could bring us nearer to socialism. Inevitably, in the course of their development they became transformed into capitalist companies. But now, when we are able to draw them within the organization of the workers' state, such bodies can be helpful in the upbuilding of socialism. They can be helpful, not because the home workers are themselves eager for communism. Many of the home workers, like petty entrepreneurs in general, are prejudiced against communism, but because new roads are being opened, while the old roads have been completely closed. By encouraging the home workers to form labor organizations, we encourage their painless transformation into workers of the great united, organized, mechanized system of social production. Much has already been done in this direction. For the winter season of 1919-20, for example, state orders were extensively placed among home workers: 2 million pairs of felt boots, 2,200,000 pairs of woolen mitts, large quantities of knitted goods, bast shoes, sheepskin jackets, etc. An improvement in production has already become noticeable. For the winter season J.918-19 the deliveries of felt boots down to March 1, 1910, were only 800,000 pairs, for the winter 280 season 1919-20 there have already been delivered 500,000 pairs by November 1919. The advances were given in accordance with a definite plan, raw materials, petroleum, illuminants, and fuel were supplied. In the years 1918-10, the work of organization took the following form. Conferences were summoned consisting of the representatives of cooperative organizations, of the home worker, leagues, Cent Rosoides, Centrosektia, Miska, Kustarzbit, etc., and representatives of the section for home industry of the Supreme Economic Council. These conferences drew up a general plan. Kustarzbit, the Central League of Cooperatives for the Production and Distribution of Goods Manufactured by Home Workers and Artels, is the largest organization of home workers which has been drawn into the general organizational scheme. It embraces 29 leagues with 1,306 cooperatives, representing in all 631,860 homeworking enterprises. They receive their supplies either from the central organization or through the local economic councils. Under the Soviet regime, the number of associations is steadily increasing. It need hardly be said that, since the links between the various parts of the economic Soviet apparatus are now in course of construction, no final forms have yet been attained. Everything is still in a state of flux. But there is one matter upon which we have to keep our attention fixed: the regulation of the apparatus, the harmony of organization, the purposiveness of all our activities. 98. The organization of industry and of trade unions in Russia, the apparatus which has proved preeminently suitable for the new tasks in the domain of organizing and administering industry, has consisted of the trade unions. In capitalist society the function of the trade unions, constituted first upon a craft basis and subsequently upon an 281 industrial, productive, basis, was primarily to serve as a means for the struggle against capitalism, as a means for the economic struggle. During the days of storm and stress, the trade unions joined forces with the party of the working class, with the Bolsheviks, to lead the general onslaught upon capital. The party, the unions, and the Soviets marched side by side against the capitalist social order. After the conquest of political power, the role of the trade unions naturally underwent a change. Hitherto, for example, they had engaged in strikes against the capitalists. Now the capitalists no longer existed as ruling class, as masters, as entrepreneurs. Hitherto, the principal aim of the trade unions had been to effect the destruction of the system which then prevailed in the factories. But after November 1917, the time had arrived for the establishment of the new order. The organization of production. This was the new task of the trade unions in the epoch of proletarian dictatorship. The unions were able to bring together immense numbers of the proletariat. They were the most powerful of all the proletarian organizations, and they were directly associated with the work of production. In Russia, moreover, at the time of the revolution, they were in entire agreement with the idea of the proletarian dictatorship. It is not surprising, therefore, that it proved necessary to hand over to these organizations the actual responsibility for the management of production, including the management of the most important of all the elements of production, the management of labor power. What should be the relationship between the trade unions and the state power of the proletariat? Let us recall what the bourgeoisie did in order to secure its greatest successes. It built up the system of state capitalism, associating all its other organizations more closely with the state power, this applying in especial to its economic organizations, syndicates, trusts, and employers' associations. The proletariat, which has to carry to a successful issue its struggle against capita, must in like manner centralize its organizations. It has its Soviets of workers' delegates, which constitute the instruments of state authority, it has trade unions, it has cooperatives. Manifestly, if their work is to be 282 effective, they must be mutually interconnected. The question now arises, with which organization must the others be linked up? The answer is simple. We must select the greatest and most powerful of all. Such an organism is constituted by the state organization of the working class, by the Soviet power. It follows, therefore, that the trade unions and the cooperatives must develop in such a way that they will be transformed into economic departments and instruments of the state authority. They must be statified, the social solidarians, those who continually overlook the significance of the class struggle, when considering the part that must be played by the trade unions in the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship, usually adopt the point of view of those who demand independence for the trade union movement. The unions, these gentry assure us, are class organizations, and for this reason they must remain entirely independent of the state authority. It is quite easy to detect the fa11ac which underlies what here masquerades as a class outlook. The state cannot be thus contrasted with class organizations, for the state is itself a class organization. When Mensheviks and others protest against a union with the workers' state, they are in fact expressing their hostility towards the workers' state. They are taking sides with the bourgeoisie. We note that they likewise advocate independence of the bourgeois state. They speak slightingly of unions supported by state funds. But now in Russia the state treasury belongs to the workers. Apparently the Mensheviks would prefer that the state revenues should still belong to the bourgeoisie. Independence of the workers' state power really means dependence upon the bourgeoisie. The new tasks which were incumbent upon the trade unions made it essential that with all possible speed they should become huge industrial, productive, unions. It is obvious that if the members of the trade unions are to be responsible for the organization of production, the workers must be organized 283 upon the lines of productive industry, and not upon craft lines. In other words, for the proper fulfillment of the new function it was requisite that the trade unions should be so organized that all the workers and employees in any enterprise should be united in one union, and that for each enterprise no other union should be available. Previously, the unions were so constructed that the workers were organized in accordance with their petty crafts. When subsequently endeavors were made to organize on the lines of industry, production, confusion still prevailed. For example, the metal workers' union accepted as members, not only the workers who were really engaged in the metallurgical industry, but any worker whose craft had something to do with metals, although the industry with which he was connected had nothing to do with metallurgy. Of course, we do not achieve really industrial, productive, organization when each undertaking or each branch of production is treated as a separate organism. To achieve the industrial organization of production, we must organize in an appropriate manner, in accordance with whole branches of production, and must organize in a single union all the workers and employees engaged in any particular branch. As an example of the fusion of a number of small craft unions to form a great industrial union, we may take the organization of the Petrograd metal workers. Before amalgamation. At the end of 1917 and beginning of 1918. 1 Metal Workers Union. 2 Stokers Union. 8 Smelters Union. 4 Welders and Shearers Union. 5 Pattern Makers Union. 6 Gold and Silversmiths Union. 7 Watch and Clock Makers Union. 8 Electricians Union. 9 Machinists Union. 10 Sorters Union. After amalgamation. 1. The Union of Metal Workers, together with its sections, a branch of the All-Russian Union of Metal Workers, comprises all the workers and employees engaged in metallurgical industry. 284 In this way, in place of large numbers of little unions organized upon a craft basis, there have come into existence the great centralized industrial, productive, unions. The task of our party in this connection is to hasten the transformation, and to favor the formation of industrial, productive, unions, each of which shall enroll all the workers and employees without exception engaged in a specific branch of industrial production. According to the data made available by the Statistical Department of the All-Russian Central Soviet of Trade Unions, the membership of the unions was as follows: in the first half of 1917 385,988, second, 1917 948,547, first, 1918 1,649,278, second, 1918 2,250,278, first, 1919 2,825,018. In the first half of the year 1919, the membership of 81 all-Russian unions, excluding the Railway Workers' Union and the Water Transport Workers' Union, was 2,801,000, the rest of the workers were organized in local unions. If we add the 722,000 railway workers and the 200,000 water transport workers, we find that the total membership of the trade unions was more than 8,700,000. They have 38 central executive committees. In addition, there are still quite a number of trade unions which have not yet been centralized. The Statistical Department estimates that the total number of organized workers, including the provinces occupied by the enemy, is 4,000.000. We must not forget that the workers belonging to the factories which are not running are still reckoned as workers of these factories and remain members of their respective unions. In accordance with the laws of the Soviet Republic, and in accordance with established practice, the trade unions, industrial or productive unions, participate in the work of all 285 the central and local organs of the administration of industry. They participate in the work of the commissariats, of the economic councils, of the Supreme Economic Council, of the chiefs and the centers, of the workers' factory administration. In a word, everywhere the trade unions play an important, nay a decisive role. Nevertheless, this taking control of production on the part of the trade unions is still far from complete. There are many branches of economic life in which the workers have not yet assumed, as they should assume, control. Especially does this apply to the chiefs and centers. In these we frequently find that bourgeois specialists are at work, persons who are not subject to any proper control, and who would like to reconstruct economic organization in accordance with their own plans, hoping for a return of the good old times, for the speedy transformation of the centers into capitalist trusts. To counteract any such designs, it is essential that the trade unions should take an ever-increasing share in the administration of industry, until the day when the whole of economic life, from the bottom to the top, shall constitute a unity which is effectively controlled by the industrial, productive, unions. On the lower levels of industrial administration, we must refer in especial to the activity of the factory committees. These are really cells of the trade unions, subordinated in each case to the guidance of the respective union. Elected by the workers of a given factory or workshop, these factory or workshop committees control affairs within the enterprise so far as labor power is concerned. They are responsible for engaging and dismissing workers, they care for the workers' families, they supervise the pay, regulate the hours of work, are supreme in matters of discipline, etc. They are, moreover, admirable elementary schools of administrative work for the broad masses of the people. In this way the trade, industrial or productive, unions effect the closest association between the central organs of state administration, economic life, and the broad masses of 286 the workers. The first, the most important, function of the industrial, productive, unions is to an ever-increasing degree to ensure that the masses shall participate in the control of economic life. Taking the factory committees as their foundation, and uniting practically all the workers, the industrial, productive, unions must induce more and ever more workers to interest themselves in the organization of production. Direct practical experience of administrative work is here especially valuable, for example, on the factory committees, in the workers' factory administrations, in the economic councils, the chiefs, etc. Of great value, likewise, is a special work of enlightenment undertaken by the unions, courses of instruction, etc. This introduction of the masses to participation in constructive work is also the best way of counteracting the tendency to bureaucracy in the economic apparatus of the Soviet power. In places where there are very few workers but a great number of Soviet employees, bureaucracy is apt to assume formidable proportions. Routinism, red tape, bad manners, slackness, sabotage, there is too much of all these in the economic organizations. We know only one way of getting rid of such abuses, and it is by lifting the lower grades of workers to a higher level. For thus only can be ensured a genuine, popular control of the activities of all our economic institutions. 99. The utilization of labor power of extreme importance to the future of Russia is the right utilization of the available supplies of labor power. When means of production are nearly exhausted and raw materials are very scarce, everything depends upon the right application of labor power. We have, then, the following duties to perform. We must utilize all the available labor power, in other words, we must take care that all the elements capable of work have something to do, that they are all employed. We have to remember that in days of famine everyone who 287 eats without doing useful work is a dead weight upon society. There are plenty of such persons. Nevertheless, there is a great deal of work which can be done without any complicated means, for example, the removal of town refuse, the repair of streets, high roads and railways, street cleaning, emergency fortification work, the cleaning of barracks, etc. There are various kinds of work connected with the provision of fuel and raw materials, the felling of trees, the transport of timber, the procuring of peat, etc. Here, of course, we encounter a great many difficulties. We may have men and axes, but may lack food for the men, so that our wood-cutting schemes come to nothing. It is obvious, however, that the only way out of our many difficulties is through the right utilization of the labor power at our disposal. Associated with this problem is that of carrying out general mobilizations for the performance of one kind of social work or another. When work of fortification was urgently required, an excellent use was made of the labor power of the masses which would otherwise have run to waste. This task must be systematically performed. The universal obligation to labor is part of the constitution of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, but in practice we are a long way from its realization. Our first duty, then, is to see to it that all the labor power of the Workers' Republic shall be adequately utilized. Our second duty concerns the distribution and redistribution of labor power. It is sufficiently obvious that the productivity of labor will depend upon how far we can effect a purposive distribution of labor power throughout the various districts and throughout the various branches of work. This distribution of labor power, the supply of labor power to the places where it is required, will need an enormous amount of registration of labor power, if the assignments are to be made intelligently. Unless we know precisely what means we have to dispose of, we cannot dispose of them to advantage. Here is work which the Soviet power cannot perform properly without the collaboration of the trade unions, and indeed the work must be done through the instrumentality of the trade unions. 288. 100. Comradely labor discipline. The productivity of a country is not solely determined by the quantity of machinery, raw materials, and other material means of production it contains, its productivity depends also upon labor power. In Russia at the present time, since the material means of production are so scanty, the condition of labor power, of living labor, assumes enormous importance. The capitalist method of production kept the workers in subjection, compelled them to work for their masters, imposed upon them, in effect, the discipline of the lash. The revolution undermined and overthrew this discipline of capitalist labor, completely abolished it, just as in the army it abolished the imperialist discipline and made an end of the obedience of the soldiers to the Tsarist officers. It is plain, however, that the task of socialist reconstruction will never be achieved without a new discipline. Here, likewise, comparison with the army holds good. We destroyed the old army. For a season, there was anarchy, disorder, confusion. But we constructed a new army, on new foundations, and for new ends, an army which is in the hands of the proletariat, and fights against the landlords and capitalists to whom the old army belonged. The same thing is happening in the case of the army of the toilers, in the case of the working class. The period of the destruction of the old discipline is over. There is now being inaugurated a new, a comradely labor discipline, not imposed and sustained by the masters, not imposed and sustained by the capitalist whip, but by the labor organizations themselves, by the factory committees, the workshop committees, and the trade unions. When we are organizing production, we cannot leave out of account the organization of labor in the factory. A comradely labor discipline is one of the most important means for the organization of social production and for the increase of productivity. Comradely discipline must be accompanied by the complete spontaneity of the working 289 class. The workers must not wait for orders from above, must not lack initiative. Far from this, every improvement in production, every discovery of new methods of organizing labor, must break trail for itself. Backward strata of the workers often fail to recognize how their work ought to be managed. But the means are to hand. The workers are organized in unions, and these unions control production. Every day the workers have before their eyes the factory and workshop committees and the workers' factory administrations. Everything that is needed can be effected from below upwards through the instrumentality of the labor organizations, provided only that a little more zeal is displayed, less timidity, a fuller realization that the working class has now become the master of life. Labor discipline must be based upon the feeling and the consciousness that every worker is responsible to his class, upon the consciousness that slackness and carelessness are treason to the common cause of the workers. Capitalists no longer exist as a dominant caste. The workers no longer work for capitalists, usurers, and bankers, they work for themselves. They are engaged upon their own affairs, the edifice they are constructing belongs to the workers. Formerly, under the capitalist regime, it was not our business to trouble ourselves how their purses might best be filled. Now, another day has dawned. This sense of responsibility towards the whole working class must animate the mind of every worker. Finally, labor discipline must be based upon the strictest mutual control. Since all the comrades know that a decline in the productivity of labor will involve the ruin of the whole working class, that if we fail to improve in this respect we shall inevitably perish, they must all supervise with a proprietary eye the common task of utilizing the life-giving energies of nature. For labor is a struggle, it is a struggle with nature. We have to win the victory over nature, we must transform nature's crudities into clothing, fuel, and bread. And just as in the forefront of the struggle with the enemies of our class, with the capitalists, the landlords, and the military officers, we measure our successes, and keep a vigilant eye upon all who are afraid, all who are slack, all who are treacherous. So 290 here, we must control one another mutually. He betrays the workers' cause who fails now to help in getting the workers' cart out of the mire, such a one is a blackleg. It is plain that the work of creating a new labor discipline will be arduous, for it will involve the re-education of the masses. A slave psychology and slavish habits are still deeply ingrained. It is just as it was in the case of the army. When the Tsar drove, the soldier moved on, but when it was a case of defending his own cause, the soldier scratched his head and did nothing. Still, we were able to deal with this question of the army because the members of the workers' vanguard were well aware of what was at stake, and they did all that was necessary. Now we have to achieve similar results in the case of production. The re-education of the workers will be facilitated by the fact that the toiling masses themselves realize, and have been taught by daily experience, that their fate is in their own hands. They had a very good lesson when for a time, in various regions, the Soviet power was overthrown by the counter-revolution. For instance, in the Urals, in Siberia, etc. The Communists, the workers' vanguard, gave a striking example of the new, comradely discipline when they instituted the so-called Communist Saturdays, when they worked voluntarily and gratuitously, increasing the productivity of labor far beyond the ordinary. Comrade Lenin spoke of the Communist Saturdays as the great initiative. The Moscow railway men were the first among the communists to organize Communist Saturdays, and from the very outset there was a notable increase in the productivity of their labor. On the Alexander Railway, 5 turners in 4 hours made 80 cylinders, 218% more than the ordinary production. 20 laborers, in 4 hours, assembled 600 poods of scrap iron and 70 carriage springs, each weighing 3.5 poods, 300% more than the ordinary production. This was the beginning. Thereupon Petrograd adopted the Communist Saturdays, and organized them on the grand scale. Here are the figures: 291. From Petrograd and Moscow, the Communist Saturdays made their way into the provinces, and non-members of the party began to work in the same way. The initiative of the Moscow railway men was so effective because they were the pioneers of a new discipline. It need hardly be said that the establishment of the new labor discipline would be impracticable without the cooperation of the trade unions. Nay more, it is incumbent upon the trade unions to advance along this road, to try new methods and new paths. For here everything is experimental, we have no precedents. Among the measures which have already been adopted, and which have in every possible way to be developed and perfected, our party lays stress upon the following: 1. The introduction of account taking. In Russia, we have been very backward in this respect. But without proper records no kind of organization, investigation, or control can be achieved. Without records it is impossible to get to the root of the matter. 2. The introduction of a normal working day and of a normal intensity of labor. Here, too, we are as yet only in the first stage of development. The capitalists in their enterprises had fixed hours and a fixed standard of speed for the workers, with the aim of extracting surplus value. The hours and speed were fixed by the masters' organizations. In Soviet Russia the hours of work and the intensity of labor are settled by the trade unions, that is to say by the workers' organizations, whose business it is to take further action in this field. The workers' organizations decide the possibilities of work, taking into account cold, hunger, the scarcity of materials, and the first Saturday, August 16th. Second, August 23rd. Third, August 30th. Fourth, September 6th. Fifth, September 13th. 5,175 7,650 7,901 167,188 rubles 10,250 10,500. No of cash value of the workers' 5 days' work. 292 General disrepair of the machinery. As soon as hours and intensity have been prescribed, the worker does ill who fails to work up to the standard. We must establish a workers' code of honor, so that any worker who, without good reason, fails to contribute his quota to the common cause, shall be regarded as a contemptible loafer. 3. The establishment of responsibility to comradely labor courts. This implies, not merely that everyone will be under the supervision of his workmates, but that everyone will be positively called to account for bad work. In this matter, once more, it is not a master supervising his slaves, but the working class and its organizations enforcing the responsibility of individual members. Many similar measures might be considered. They would one and all be directed towards the same end, which is to marshal the ranks of the army of the toilers, the army of the pioneers who are building the way to the new social order. 101. The employment of bourgeois experts. Contemporary large-scale production is inconceivable without managing engineers, technicians, learned specialists, investigators, and persons with peculiar practical experience. Among the ranks of the workers, very few come within these categories. Neither in the Tsarist and feudalist regime nor in the bourgeois regime were the workers given any opportunity to learn. But we have to get on with the work, and there is only one way out of the difficulty. We must make use of those persons with specialized skill who served the bourgeoisie, not from fear, but from inclination. The party is well aware that the stratum of technicians and intellectuals, no less than the stratum of ex-managers and capitalist organizers, is saturated with bourgeois ideology. Nay more. Many such persons are directly hostile to us and would like to betray us to our class enemies. Nevertheless, we have to take these bourgeois into our service. There is nothing else for us to do. The experts and technicians have carried on a fierce 293 struggle against the proletariat, in the first instance by sabotage. But the Soviet power was able to put an end to sabotage. By degrees, many groups came over to our side, when they saw that the workers were creating as well as destroying, and that our party by no means intended to betray Russia to the German imperialists. Some of them are beginning to realize that the knell of capitalism has really sounded. A split in their ranks has begun. It devolves upon the proletariat to widen this breach to the utmost. We should be wrong, of course, to expect fidelity from these experts, to expect from them devotion to communism. It would be absurd to hope that such people, who are connected with the bourgeoisie by 1,000 ties, will undergo a sudden transformation. But here the proletariat must act like a far-seeing employer. It needs the bourgeois experts, and it must compel them to work for it. We must employ the following methods. Economic considerations dictate our giving every possible encouragement to those who work well. We must not be stingy in the matter of their salaries. But towards any who prove to be counter-revolutionaries, who fight against the proletariat, who are traitors or saboteurs, we must be absolutely ruthless. The proletariat must prize those who serve it faithfully, and it knows how to prize them. But the workers cannot allow anyone to inflict an injury upon them unpunished, above all at such a time as this, when they have to suffer the pangs of hunger and 1,000 additional evils. We must, therefore, exercise strict control, more particularly when we are dealing with experts drawn from among the circles of the managers of great businesses and from among those who were capitalists on the grand scale. Such persons will frequently attempt to serve their own side in secret. We have to adopt the same measures in civil life that we have had to adopt at the front to deal with treachery on the part of ex-officers of the Tsarist regime who have entered our service. On the other hand, the party has to set its face against 294 the unsound and childish view that we can entirely dispense with the services of experts. This would be preposterous. Such an idea can be entertained only by opinionated but ignorant persons who have never given any serious thought to the tasks which have now to be shouldered by the proletariat. The proletariat has to carry on contemporary production with the aid of the latest acquirements of science. Such, at least, must be its aim. It will, of course, create, it is already creating, its own red managing engineers and technicians, just as it is producing its own red commanding officers. But time presses. We have to use the materials that lie ready to hand, and need only be careful that when we are using them we take precautions against any ill results, by an organized control of the work of all persons who are hostile to us in sentiment. In this connection, we have another question to consider, the question of remuneration. The aim of communism is to secure equal pay for all. Unfortunately, however, we cannot reach communism at one stride. We are only taking the first steps towards it. In this matter, likewise, we must be guided by utilitarian considerations. If we were to give the experts the same pay that is received by a common laborer, it would not matter to them whether they were common laborers, engineers, or messenger boys. We should be stupid were we to attempt the enforcement of good work from such persons, who are accustomed to a different kind of life. It is better to give them more money if thereby we can secure better results. In this matter the proletariat must follow the example set by any intelligent employer. It must pay more in order to get better work from persons whose services happen to be indispensable at this juncture. Manifestly, nevertheless, it remains our fundamental policy to work for a system of equal pay for all. The Soviet power has already done a great deal in this direction. At one time the pay of the higher employees, managers, head bookkeepers, important engineers and organizers, scientific advisory experts, etc., with the addition of various special fees, was many dozen times more than the pay of the ordinary 295 laborer. Now the former are paid on the average only 4 times as much as the latter. Notwithstanding what was said above, we have already advanced a considerable distance towards the equalization of rates of pay. An equalization is likewise being effected as regards the different grades of workers. According to the data furnished by Comrade Schmidt, in the year 1914, a daily wage of 50 kopecks was being paid to 443 per cent of the workers, and in the same year there were a few workers, 004 per cent, who were earning more than 10 rubles a day. Thus the latter were in receipt of more than 20 times as much as the conner. No doubt the lucky ones who earned such high wages in 191 were very few in number, but there were some. In the year 1916, the percentage of male workers whose daily earnings were only 50 kopecks was L per cent, whilst the percentage of those who earned more than 10 rubles was 115%. In accordance with the decree issued in the autumn of 1919, the minimum income was 1,200 rubles and the maximum was 4,800 rubles, the latter figure being the maximum for the specialists as well. The detachment of many groups of technically skilled intellectuals from the bourgeoisie, and their espousal of the cause of the proletariat, will be accelerated in proportion as the Soviet power becomes more perfectly stabilized. Inasmuch as the strengthening of the Soviet power is inevitable, the adhesion of the intellectuals is likewise inevitable. It would, of course, be absurd of us to repulse them. Far from this, we must accept them into our service upon a basis of comradely collaboration, so that in intercourse with us they may have their angles rubbed off, so that through joining us in the common task they may become our own folk. They have a mass of foolish or mischievous prejudices, but under certain conditions they can and will cooperate with us. Already, through the instrumentality of the trade unions, they are gradually becoming associated with us in our work, are growing accustomed to the new state of affairs, and are even beginning to take kindly to us. Our main task, therefore, is to help in this development, and to go out to meet those elements which are themselves tending to draw 296 near to us. In and through the industrial unions, because they and we are collaborating in the organization of work, the two great divisions of those who labor, the mental workers and the manual workers, kept asunder by capitalism, will at length be reunited. 102. The union of production and science. For the proper development of productivity, it is essential that science should be wedded to production. Under capitalism, large-scale production was already making extensive calls upon science. In the United States and in Germany, the great manufacturing institutions had special laboratories in which, by prolonged research, new methods and new apparatus were discovered. All this was done in the interest of profits upon privately owned capital. We, in our turn, must now organize in like manner for the sake of the whole of working society. The investigators of those days kept their discoveries secret. The valuable results of their research went to fill the pockets and the strong boxes of the entrepreneurs. In contemporary Russia, no undertaking hides its discoveries from other undertakings. Whatever is learned becomes the common property of all. In this matter the Soviet power has instituted a whole series of measures. It has established a number of scientific institutions of a technical and economic character and has organized various laboratories and experimental stations. Scientific expeditions have been sent out, and among the fruitful results of these may be mentioned the discovery of petroleum wells and of deposits of schist. A means for manufacturing sugar out of sawdust has been discovered. In general, the scientific resources of the Republic have been tabulated and have been turned to account. We still lack many things, and some of these are things urgently necessary, beginning with fuel and ending with delicate scientific instruments. We must clearly realize the extreme importance of such work, and we must do our utmost to promote the union of science with technique and with the organization of production. Communism signifies 297 intelligent, purposive, and, consequently, scientific production. We shall, Therefore, do everything in our power to solve the problem of the scientific organization of production. Literature. Ossensky, The Upbuilding of Socialism. Mighty Urin, Economic Development and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. Mitayutin, Articles in Political Economy for the year 1919. Reports of the Eighth Party Congress, Discussion of the Party Program. The Breakup of Capitalism and the Upbuilding of Communism. St. Tepanor, Workers' Control and Workers' Administration. Reports of the First and Second All-Russian Economic Congresses. Tsarovik, Syndicates and Trusts in Russia. Trotsky, Articles on the Trade Union Movement in Russia appearing in the Communist International. Reports of the Trade Union Congresses. Articles in the Metal Workers News, HO is MN, The Normalization of Labor. Lenin, The Great Initiative. 298. Chapter 13. The Organization of Agriculture 103. Agrarian conditions in Russia prior to the Revolution 104. Agrarian conditions in Russia subsequent to the Revolution 105. Why does the future belong to large-scale socialist agriculture? 106. Soviet agriculture 107. Urban and suburban agriculture, market gardening, 108. Communes and artels 109. Cooperative farming 110. Agricultural cooperation 111. The state utilization of abandoned areas, the mobilization of agricultural experts, lending stations, improvement to the land settlements 112. State assistance to peasant agriculture 113. The Union of Manufacturing Industry with Agriculture 114. The tactics of the Communist Party in relation to the peasants. 103. Agrarian conditions in Russia prior to the Revolution. Even before the Revolution, Russian agriculture was preeminently peasant agriculture. After the November Revolution, after the expropriation of the landlords' estates, our agriculture became almost exclusively peasant agriculture, and almost exclusively small farming. In these circumstances, the Communist Party encountered well-nigh insuperable difficulties in the way of its campaign on behalf of large-scale collective farming. But the campaign is in progress, and even in this most difficult period, at the very outset, certain results have been achieved. To understand the environment, to understand the conditions in which, as far as the rural districts are concerned, our party has to realize its program, we must study the data concerning Russian agriculture prior to the revolution and those concerning the changes which the revolution has brought about. Prior to the revolution, landed property in European Russia was distributed as follows: 299. Nearly all the state lands consisted of forests, or were in other respects unsuitable for cultivation in their present condition. The land privately owned by individuals and institutions, apart from that held by the peasants, may be classified as follows. As far as the peasants' lands, according to the statistics of the year 1905, these comprised 12,277,855 farms, so that the average size of a peasant farm was 11.37 deciatin. In the outlying provinces, where much of the land is unsuitable for cultivation, the peasant farms are considerably larger than this average, which means, of course, that land hunger prevails among the peasantry of the central provinces of Russia. In actual fact, the average size of farms owned by the ex-serfs who comprise the majority of our peasant population is only 6.7 deciatin. In some of the provinces, and in some of the counties, the farms are only half that size. By the year 1916, the number of peasant farms had risen to 15,492,202, although the share of the peasantry in the total cultivable land had increased very little. The land hunger, therefore, had been greatly aggravated. Since, however, most of the crown lands were unsuitable for cultivation, the only way in which the peasants could increase their holdings was at the expense of the land owned by private individuals and by institutions. Among these private individuals, those who had to be deprived of their estates were for the most part great landlords, owning 58,169,008 desiatinas, merchants, and rich peasants. State lands. Peasant farms. Land owned by private individuals and by institutions. Great estates. Crown lands. Church lands. Monasteries and nunneries. Municipal lands. Cossack territories. Various. 101,735,848 desiatinas, 7,848,115. 1,871,858. 788,777. 2,042,570. 8,459,240. 646,885. 188,086,168 desiatinas. 188,767,587, 118,882,788. 300 and various cooperatives and companies of a money-making, bourgeois type. Individually owned estates exceeding 20 desiatinas comprised all 82,841,418. The cooperatives owned 15,778,677 desiatinas. It was in these directions that the main onslaught of the peasant revolution moved. As far as concerns the land owned by institutions, the peasants were chiefly interested in the estates held by the church, the monasteries, and the nunneries, and also to some extent in the crown lands. 104. Agrarian conditions in Russia subsequent to the revolution. Before the revolution, privately owned land, and especially the land in the possession of the great landowners, was heavily embarrassed. Over 60 million desiatinas were mortgaged, for a total sum of 8,497,894,600 rubles. In other words, the real owners of these estates were Russian and foreign banks. This explains why the various parties of the social solidarians, the social revolutionaries in especial, although they had clamored for the assignment of all the privately owned lands to the peasants without compensation to the owners, were afraid to face the issue, or desired to postpone the confiscation when the day of realization approached. It was only the party of communist Bolsheviks, the party of those whose sole relationships with capitalism were the relationships of war to the knife, which, in contrast with the social solidarians, pushed to its logical conclusion the peasant revolution directed against the landlords. This revolution secured legislative expression in the land decree brought forward by the Communist Party and adopted by the Second Soviet Congress. By the terms of this decree and by those of the fundamental land law adopted by the Third Congress, private ownership of the soil was formally abolished. All the land of the Republic was placed at the disposal of any and every person who is a working occupier and cultivates the soil by his own labor. There are no restrictions on account of nationality. The land is allotted equally among the population, in quantities 301 not exceeding that which can be properly tilled by the working occupier. Furthermore, in accordance with the prescriptions of the socialist land distribution, all the territories of the Republic have been declared to be the property of the whole workers' and peasants' state, upon which devolves the supreme right of dealing with the land. As the outcome of the land revolution, thus legally established, agrarian conditions in Russia have been completely transformed, and are still undergoing numerous changes. Above all, throughout Great Russia, landed proprietorships, whether large-scale or small-scale, have been abolished. Thus, as regards land ownership, the rich peasants have been placed upon the same footing as the medium-rich peasants. On the other hand, the utilization of the land by the poor and land-hungry peasants has been leveled up, and they have profited by a share in the cattle and farming implements of the rich peasants, and as a result of the division of the great estates. As regards the equalization of land holdings throughout the various rural districts, counties, and provinces, the matter is still in progress, and is far from being completed. At the present time it is impossible to give a conclusive picture of the results of the agrarian revolution. Speaking generally, we may say that almost all the land owned by private individuals, either in very large estates or in those of a considerable size, has passed into the hands of the peasants who work their own farms. The private estates have been put under cultivation. The Soviet power reserved for Soviet agriculture approximately 2 million desiatinas. The peasants are also cultivating part of the municipal territories. Furthermore, the peasants have received all the church lands, all the monastery and nunnery lands, and part of the crown lands. All in all, the peasants have secured about 40 million desiatinas of land that was privately owned before the revolution. 302 in addition to the reserves of the Soviet power, and in addition to the territories of the sugar refineries, there still remain at the disposal of the Soviet state nearly all the areas that used to be state land, and also the nationalized forests that used to belong to private landowners. In this way the Russian Communist Party has carried on its fight for socialism despite the unfavorable conditions that prevail as far as the land question is concerned. By far the greater part of the land actually held by the state is unsuitable for cultivation. Most of the land fit for cultivation has been allotted to the lesser peasants, to those who work their own farms. But however unfavorable the conditions for the socialization of agriculture in Russia, and however stubborn the resistance made by the petty bourgeois agricultural system, in rural Russia the future belongs exclusively to large-scale socialist agriculture. 105. Why does the future belong to large-scale socialist agriculture? Large-scale capitalist methods have gained victory over the methods of artisan production and peasant production, although it must be noted that in the manufacturing industry this victory has been speedier and more complete than in agriculture. The communist economic system is yet more advantageous, yet more productive, than the capitalist economic system. In like manner, communist farming on the large scale will prove more productive than peasant farming on the small scale. If a pound is heavier than an ounce, and a hundredweight is heavier than a pound, it is obvious that a hundredweight is a great deal heavier than an ounce. We must, however, discuss the matter in detail, and make it perfectly plain. The first requisite is that in socialist agriculture all the land of the Republic should be utilized in such a way that in 303 every district, farm, and field, that particular crop should be raised: rye, oats, hay, flax, hemp, beetroot, Jerusalem artichoke, etc., which, having regard to the quality and the peculiarity of the soil, would grow most advantageously. Precisely which crop is the most suitable, is a matter for agricultural experts to determine. In our peasant system of agriculture, the very opposite frequently happens. For instance, wheat is planted, and yields a very poor crop, in places where flax would thrive, or rye is sown where wheat would do much better, or something even more stupid may be done. The general introduction of scientific methods in the utilization of the land under cultivation, were the change simply to be one of a better choice of crops, would greatly increase the yield, even though in other respects everything should continue as before. But the many-field system can only be introduced by the adoption of medium-scale or large-scale agriculture in place of petty agriculture, and of course the large scale is more advantageous than the medium scale. By the rotation of crops we are enabled to utilize the land far more thoroughly. Today, our peasants, with the three-field system, leave at any given moment practically one-third of the land fallow. For the peasants it is a practical impossibility to introduce a proper rotation of crops and the many-field systems. It is impossible to the peasant who farms his land in isolation, for he has not enough land for a proper system. It is even more impossible when the communal land is cut up into strips. In large-scale agriculture we avoid the waste of land which is inevitable, under petty culture, at the corners and edges of the fields. Our peasants waste hundreds of thousands of desiatinas in this way. According to my calculations the loss is equivalent to 60 million to 80 million pounds of grain. Manuring is the principal means for maintaining the fertility of the soil. In large-scale agriculture, since a smaller number of horses will suffice for the work on any particular area of land, more horned cattle can be kept and there is therefore 304 more manure from stall-fed beasts. In large-scale agriculture it is profitable to use artificial manures, or even artificially to make various kinds of manure, whereas these things are much less practicable in the case of petty agriculture. Especially difficult, in small-scale agriculture, is it to arrange for plowing at appropriate times, sufficiently deeply, and in a labor-saving manner. In this matter the isolated peasant is a mere dwarf when compared with his rival in socialist agriculture, and, indeed, as compared with his large-scale capitalist rival. The cheapest, quickest, and deepest plowing is done with the aid of tractors. On the small strips of peasant culture, tractors have no place. Besides, it is less advantageous to work with a single tractor than with groups of 8 or 10 tractors in unison. The same considerations apply to various other labor-saving machines. Steam threshers and steam harvesters can only be used in large-scale agriculture. Finally, the full utilization of all the farming implements is only possible in large-scale agriculture. For example, for the full utilization of the use of steam plows and tractors will by itself suffice, though other conditions remain unaltered, to increase the productivity of the soil by fully 1/3. Even when we have to farm any area merely with the aid of horses, large-scale agriculture is more advantageous than petty agriculture, seeing that in the former each individual horse is utilized for a larger area. It has been calculated that in this respect large-scale agriculture requires only about 1/3 the number of horses. Implement. Dzietina of land. A horse plow we require 27, a driller, a cutter, and a threshing machine, not steam-driven, 63, a steam thresher, 225, a steam plow. 900, 305 electricity can be used only in large-scale agriculture. And by the use of electricity on one large farm we can dispense with the need for 100 small and badly constructed stables, for 100 little kitchens, etc. We can conduct everything in one large and well-equipped building. Dairy farming can only be economically conducted on a large scale. But the greatest saving of all is the economizing of labor power, the possibility of reducing to 1/2 or 1/3 the countryman's hours of labor, not only without reducing the productivity of the land, but actually while increasing it 3-fold or 4-fold. Here is an example. According to the last census returns, for the year 1916, there were in Russia 71,480,800 destinations of cultivable land. If we assume that this area is tilled once every year, every agriculturist knows that this is far too liberal an estimate. The peasants will have to use all the available labor power, that of 20 million men, and all the available farm beasts. But to plow the same area with the aid of tractors, a tractor can plow from 8 to 10 destinations in one day, or considerably more if it works continuously. The labor of 1 million workers would suffice. One man does the work of 20. If in place of preparing 100 meals in separate kitchens, we prepare one dinner for the same number of persons in the kitchen of the village commune, 90 cooks out of the 100 will no longer be needed. Their services can be devoted to some other useful purpose, whereby the labor of yet others will be lightened. Thus the task of the Communist Party is to do its utmost to establish a more perfect system of agriculture, a communist system, which will be competent to deliver our rural population from the barbaric waste of energy which occurs in the extant system of dwarf agriculture, to save Russia from the barbaric exhaustion of the soil which is now going on, from the barbaric and Asiatic methods of cattle keeping, from 306 the barbaric methods of individual cookery. How will the Communist Party achieve this great aim? There are various lines of advance. Let us consider the speediest first. 106. Soviet agriculture. When the landlords' estates were seized by the peasants at the end of the year 1917, there were among these estates many on which model farms existed, where there was pedigree stock, and where up-to-date agricultural machinery was used. Some of these farms, which the Soviets took under their care promptly, were saved from destruction, and they have become known as Soviet farms. In addition, they passed into the system of Soviet agriculture certain estates which could not be wholly distributed among the peasants because they already had as much land as they could work. The Soviet farms aren't the only ones in which large-scale socialist model farming, with all its advantages, can be carried on. Only by means of the Soviet farms can we. It is true that in addition to the men who are actually working the tractors, we ought to take into account the workers who are employed in the workshops where the tractors are made, those who are employed in getting petroleum, etc., before we decide how many donations of land one man can plow. This will somewhat produce our estimate of the advantage of tractor plowing, but the advantage will still remain exceedingly great. Demonstrate to the peasants the advantages of large-scale collective agriculture. On the Soviet farms we can introduce a proper rotation of crops and can give practical proof of all the drawbacks of the three-field system. Here, too, we can use all kinds of agricultural machinery, including the most complicated. The Soviet farms are the only places where pedigree stock can be preserved from destruction and can be bred. Only by the use of the Soviet stud farms shall we be able by degrees 307 to improve the farm stock of the surrounding peasantry. At the Soviet farm it will be easy to have demonstration fields for the peasants, and also to improve the seed by selective methods. Already on these farms we have sorting machines for the selection of the best seeds, and the neighboring peasant farmers have the use of the machines. The Soviet farms organize agricultural schools, arrange for lectures on agriculture, inaugurate agricultural exhibitions, etc. They institute workshops for the repair of agricultural implements, primarily for their own immediate use, but secondarily for the assistance of the peasant farmers of the district. The task of the Communist Party is to increase, wherever possible, the number of the Soviet farms, and to enlarge them, as far as may be without interfering with the interests of peasant agriculture. By degrees we must assemble here the best breeding stock in the Republic. Here we must organize the most perfect technical elaboration of agricultural produce. We must make an end of bureaucracy, must be careful to avoid the transformation of the Soviet farms into something like monasteries, concerned only with the prosperity of their own employees and workers, and caring nothing for the Soviet state. The farms must gather together a staff of highly skilled workers. They must not merely inaugurate workers' control but must proceed in due course to the actual management of the estates by the workers. The peasants of the environing regions must be induced to interest themselves in the farms, must be led to examine the agricultural methods and plans of these, until they are gradually induced to regard the Soviet farms as the direct concern of the entire working population. In the autumn of 1919, there were 8,586 Soviet farms. The cultivable area of land upon these, without counting forest land, being 2,170,000 desiatinas. 308,107. Urban and suburban agriculture, market gardening. In view of the terrible food crisis which has been the inevitable outcome of the war and the revolution, a sound system of market gardening has become of extreme importance to the safety of the urban proletariat. This form of agriculture is beginning to flourish, and it will have a great future. The immediate task of municipal agriculture is to secure that every town shall have a sufficient area of cultivable land for the proper development of market gardening upon a large scale. Prior to the revolution, our towns owned about 2 million desiatinas. The greater part of this area, occupied by buildings, pastures, parks, and vegetable gardens, still belongs to the towns. Part of the arable was assigned to the peasants and has therefore been lost to the towns. But possession of such areas should be resumed by the towns. Further than this, all the environs of the towns should be expropriated, insofar as such a measure is requisite for a sound and generalized system of market gardening. Already in the year 1919, in some of the towns, the agricultural sections of the Soviets were successfully engaged in market gardening, and we are securing supplies of vegetables sufficient for the population of these towns throughout an entire year. Further advance must be made along such lines. Every town must have at its disposal for market gardening an area large enough to supply the whole population of the town with kitchen garden produce. Furthermore, it is essential that every town should have a large dairy farm supplying at least enough milk for all the invalids and children in the town, and therefore having a sufficiency of land to provide fodder for the cattle. If the municipalities conduct their agriculture properly, they can supply the urban workers, not only with potatoes and cabbages, but also with meals, buckwheat, millet. In this way every town will be enabled to provide out of its own resources for the feeding of all the town's horses, which will make it easier to arrange for the nationalization of the transport system. If we leave the two capital cities out of account, the experience already accumulated has shown that within the next year the 309 practical realization of such a scheme is possible for all the towns of the Republic, provided they do not attempt to realize the utopian design of supplying their own inhabitants with corn. Municipal Soviet agriculture is of great importance for two additional reasons. The first of these is that it provides opportunity for the better utilization of the enormous quantity of manure produced in every town in the form of street and household refuse, stable manure, and night soil. At present, the greater part of such manure is simply wasted. The second is that it provides for a better association of the manufacturing industry with agriculture. Next year it will be possible for a definite proportion of the urban population to participate, without any interference with manufacturing industry, in agricultural production, by working in the large-scale market gardens adjoining the towns. It is important that Soviet agriculture and municipal market gardening should be something more than model enterprises. They must definitely help to relieve the food crisis. Experience has shown that in the most difficult season, just before the new crops are harvested in the rural districts and when the peasants have not begun or are only just beginning to thresh, the situation has been saved by the existence of the Soviet farms. In the years 1918 and 1919, the first corn of the new harvest was provided by the Soviet farms. In the future, the importance of the Soviet farms in this respect will be greatly increased. By the utilization of all the land on the Soviet farms, the Soviet Republic will be enabled to provide about half of the corn needed to feed the urban workers and employees. This will tend to a notable extent to reduce the dependence of the townsfolk upon the peasants. 108. Communes and artels. The Soviet farms can increase only at the expense of those areas which now lie fallow in their environment, or at the expense of the crown lands which are brought under. 310 Cultivation by improved methods, by reclamation and drainage. As regards Russian agriculture in general, this cannot become socialist agriculture until peasant agriculture has entered the socialist road. At the Soviet farms, the peasants will be able to learn the advantages of large-scale collective agriculture. But as far as they themselves are concerned, they will only be able to realize these advances through cooperative farming, through uniting to form communes and artels. In capitalist society, the change from the petty agriculture of the peasants to large-scale agriculture was usually achieved by the destruction and proletarianization of the smallholders. In socialist society, large-scale collective farming will arise out of small-scale farming chiefly through the union of a number of small farms. Among the peasants, the words artel and commune mean almost the same thing. Many communes term themselves articles, for the peasant is not fond of the word commune, and is afraid to use the name even when a commune is perforce created in practice. Generally speaking, the difference between the commune and the article is that the article is only a productive union, a cooperative of production, whereas the commune is not only a productive union but likewise a distributive union, a cooperative at once for production, distribution, and consumption. The number of communes and articles is rapidly increasing in Soviet Russia. Here are the latest figures, those for the autumn of 1919. The figures show that the tendency towards the formation of communes and artels has the character of a mass movement and that it is progressive. But the figures also show the weak side of these types of union. In the case of the communes in especial, the average size of the area concerned is number area of cultivable land. Commune 1901 150,000 desiatinas. Artels 3698. Associations for Coopera 480,000. Tip farming 668. 311. Very small. What we are now considering is not a change from small-scale agriculture to large-scale agriculture, but a change to medium-scale agriculture or to something very little better. Hence the communes are unable to demonstrate either to their members or to the neighboring population the real advantages of large-scale agriculture. Upon a farm of a few decitins, agricultural machinery cannot be utilized to the full extent of its powers, nor is it possible on such a farm to organize a proper rotation of the crops. Even so, the significance of these unions for the purposes of medium-scale agriculture is very great. They realize the advantages of the division of labor. Some of the women are released from housework, and are therefore able to help in the speedier finishing of the land work. On a given area, fewer horses are needed, the work is done in more timely fashion, and the ground is more thoroughly tilled. As a net result, better returns are secured than from the little plots of ordinary peasant agriculture. The economy of labor power released by the commune is further displayed by the fact that most of the communes engage in enterprises supplementary to land work. They build mills, undertake various small industries in the home, erect repairing shops, etc. The communes can only advance along the road to socialism by a further process of union. This can either be achieved by the fusion of two neighboring communes, or else by the enlargement of particular communes through enrolling considerable numbers of new members from among the neighboring peasants, or, finally, by the fusion of one or more communes with an adjacent Soviet farm. The chief task of the Communist Party as far as the rural districts is concerned is, at this juncture, to advance small-scale peasant agriculture to a higher stage, and as a first step to the stage of medium-scale communal agriculture. There is good reason to believe that the further development of the productivity of the land will mainly proceed along this route. It is within the power of the proletarian state to hasten the 312 process, not only through the propaganda of word and deed, Soviet farming, but also through the provision of all possible advantages to the communal farms now in course of creation by furnishing them with financial support, by supplying them with seed, cattle, implements, and advice as to agricultural methods. 109. Cooperative farming. The commune is an intimate union among peasants, not only for productive labor, but also for distributive purposes and for cooperative social life. The artel is a permanent union solely for productive purposes, for joint labor. Cooperative farming is an even less intimate association, looser than that of the artel, more casual so to speak. The inhabitants of any particular village who are unable, owing to internal dissensions, to unite for the formation of a commune, and who for the same reason are unable to form an article, can at least engage in cooperative plowing in a fashion which does not bind the cooperators to anything further. The net upshot of this is that everything remains as of old, with one important exception. The common land of the village is no longer divided up into strips but is cooperatively farmed. Each small farm has its own vegetable garden, every peasant retains his own private property, but the machines and the horses work for a definite period on behalf of the whole village. The regulations concerning the socialization of the land which have been approved by the Central Executive Committee, provide likewise for this most primitive stage of collective agriculture. The advantages of such a form of union consist in the complete freedom of activity which is preserved for each peasant apart from the actual process of labor, so that every peasant can readily enter into such an union without risking the loss of his independence. But, in addition, cooperative farming entails quite a number of advantages. It puts an end to the division of the individual smallholders' land into long strips which are often widely separated one from another, and this reform renders the introduction of a many 313 field system possible. Agricultural implements and machinery can be adequately utilized, there can be a more effective division of labor for the aid of households which lack workers, implements, cattle, etc. Cooperative farming is the very first stage of collective agriculture, and we can therefore naturally expect that insofar as collective agriculture as yet exists, it will chiefly be in this form. The data relating to the 1919 season show that cooperative farming is already becoming established in quite a number of districts. Large areas have been divided into tithings and farmed cooperatively. In some cases, part of the common land of the village has been cooperatively farmed in this way. 110. Agricultural cooperation. Even before the revolution, cooperation for the full utilization of the various agricultural products was widely diffused among the peasants. To this category belong the dairy farming artels, cheese making and butter churning, which are widely distributed throughout the northern provinces and along the upper reaches of the Volga. Artels likewise exist for the early stages of linen manufacture, for the manufacture of raw sugar, for the drying of vegetables, for the compressing of hay. The Soviet power supports all such undertakings. It is incumbent upon the Communist Party to assist the rural workers to form and extend cooperatives, and to encourage the peasants to improve working methods. At the same time, the party must do its utmost to resist the attempts of small-scale capital to entrench itself in such articles for a struggle against the Soviet power and against large-scale socialist agriculture. 111. The state utilization of abandoned areas, the mobilization of agricultural experts, lending stations, improvement of the land settlements. The extreme disorganization of agriculture resulting. 314 from the war has thrown large areas out of cultivation. The proletarian state cannot allow these regions to lie waste at the very time when a grave food crisis prevails in the towns and in the less fertile provinces. The Soviet state, therefore, undertakes the cultivation of all waste areas, no matter to whom they may belong. This measure is of especial importance in districts where the civil war has raged, for here in many cases the rich peasants have abandoned their farms and have withdrawn in the company of the retreating enemy. Of no less importance is the state garnering of crops abandoned by the owners, and of crops which the owners are unable to harvest unaided. Russian agriculture can only be restored from its present disorganized condition by a number of resolute and revolutionary measures. One of these measures is the mobilization of the labor power of all expert agriculturists, or, in a word, the institution of compulsory service for such persons. There have never been many skilled agriculturists in Russia today, in view of the enormous task that lies before us in respect of the transformation of agricultural methods, and in view of the urgent need for increasing productivity in the rural districts, we cannot fail to be peculiarly aware of this lack. The mobilization of expert agricultural knowledge is practically equivalent to the socialization of such knowledge, and in truth it can be best and most purposively administered by the state. The imperialist war made it impossible for Russia to import agricultural machinery. The native production of such machinery has never been equal to the demand. Many machines, and among them the best and the most complicated, have hitherto been imported from Germany, Sweden, and the United States of America. Furthermore, owing to the lack of metals, the scarcity of fuel, and many other causes, the native production of agricultural machinery has fallen to a minimum. All this has led to a serious dearth of farming implements. In view of the enormous demand for machinery and tools, and in view of the scanty supply of these requisites accessible to the proletarian state, it has become a matter of extreme importance 315 that we should rightly distribute such implements as we have and should ensure their most advantageous utilization. But as long as private ownership in agricultural implements exists, their proper utilization remains impossible, seeing that for considerable periods the machines lie idle, their owner is not using them at the very times when for lack of them his neighbors cannot plow their fields or cannot gather in the crops. In order that we may render assistance to those strata of the rural population which suffer most from lack of implements, and in order that we may guarantee that the implements shall be fully utilized, we must see to it that we do not supply machinery and tools for permanent use by private owners, but we must ensure that they shall be kept at lending stations where they will be available for all who need them. In other words, the machinery and tools intended for the use of the peasantry and allotted to particular regions, villages, rural districts, or circles, will not be sold to any individual peasant, they will be provided for the temporary use of all who need them, and a definite charge will be made to cover expenses. The depots where such arrangements are effected are known as lending stations. At these the machines and tools are stored, cleaned after use, and, in well-equipped stations, kept in repair. Lending stations already exist and function, although as yet there are very few of them. It behooves the Soviet power to ensure that, as far as may be, all agricultural machinery, and without exception all the more complicated types of machine, intended for the rural districts, shall be supplied only to lending stations. There is no other way of securing that the machines shall be adequately used throughout their working life, to say nothing of the fact that in this way we shall help the poorer peasants whose means will not suffice for the buying of machines as private property. The machines confiscated from the rich peasants must also be kept at the lending stations. In the long run, and widely organized system for the provision of agricultural machinery through the instrumentality of the lending stations, will lead slowly but surely to the nationalization of all the most important implements of agricultural production, and will consequently, in addition to 316 giving immediate help to peasant industry, tend to promote its socialization. In the agricultural program of the proletarian power, the improvement of the land must occupy an extremely important place. The Soviet power has at the present time under its control millions of destinies which, although they are not cultivable as yet, might be made cultivable by a moderate amount of work in the way of cleansing, the grubbing up of roots, drainage, either by open channels or by the laying of underground pipes, irrigation, etc. However strict the limits imposed upon the enlargement of the Soviet farms, as far as concerns land already cultivated or immediately susceptible of cultivation, there is unlimited scope for the provision of areas which, by the above-mentioned methods of land improvement, our young socialist agriculture will be able to wrest from nature. Land improvement work is the most important of all the public work which the Soviet power has to organize. It is, moreover, preeminently work in which we can make a good use of all the parasitic strata of society. Land settlements. The point has been omitted from our program, but it is necessary to consider it here, for the Soviet power will be compelled sooner or later to give practical attention to the policy of land settlement. Notwithstanding the redistribution of the landlords' estates, land hunger is already manifest in a number of provinces. In outlying regions, on the other hand, there are huge areas of unoccupied land. Migration from the center to the outskirts will be indispensable in the near future. It will be incumbent upon the proletarian state to ensure that the migrants to the newly settled districts shall not devote themselves to small-scale agriculture upon separate patches of land. We must see to it that everything is made ready for the newcomers, everything requisite for large-scale communist agriculture, communal farm buildings, communal land properly allotted for a many-field system, up-to-date agricultural machinery, and so on. 317. 112. State assistance to peasant agriculture. The Soviet farms, the communes, and the artels, in conjunction with all the above described measures, will serve, by means of the organization of large-scale collective agriculture, to enhance the productivity of agricultural labor and to increase the yield from the land. There is no other certain, speedy, and direct way of reaching the desired goal. But whatever successes we may achieve in this matter of organizing Soviet farms and communes, for a long time to come small-scale peasant farming will continue to exist. For a long time to come small-scale peasant farming will be the predominant form of Russian agriculture, alike in respect of the area thus cultivated and in respect of the quantity of agricultural produce. The question therefore arises, how can we help this method of farming to increase the productivity of the land, even though it is still restricted by its petty bourgeois limitations? Our program contains suggestions for a number of measures which the Soviet power can apply to the help of small-scale peasant farming. They are the following. First of all, help can be given in the apportionment of land. The chief evil of our rural life, one against which even the peasants are more and more inclined to kick, is the division of the cultivable land into long narrow strips. We continually find that the arables of one village will run right up to the kitchen gardens of the next village, and vice versa. Parts of the arable will be 5 or 6 miles from the dwellings and are often left untilled. In order to put an end to the strip system, the peasants have, in elementary fashion, been endeavoring to do away with the obsolete method of apportioning the cultivable land, which conflicts for the most part with the new subdivisions made after the seizure of the landlord's estates. Insofar as the struggle against the strip system is the forerunner of a more highly developed form of agriculture, and generally speaking insofar as the peasants need assistance in the apportionment of cultivable land, the Soviet power must come to their aid with 318 its surveyors and its agricultural experts. For sowing, the Russian peasants commonly use unselected seed, just as it might have been sent to the mill. If they sowed selected seed, they would get much better crops, even though the conditions were unchanged in other respects. Still better harvests could be obtained by the use of better varieties of seed. These, however, the peasant can only secure from the state, which alone is in a position to purchase them from abroad, or to provide the farmers with what they need out of the small stock of improved seeds which has been saved from destruction on the Soviet farms. The livestock of our peasant farmers is largely degenerate. There is an urgent need for an improvement in the breed. Such pedigree cattle as still remain in Russia are at the present time concentrated on the Soviet estates and the Soviet dairy farms and stud farms. The state will be able to give great assistance to the peasants in this matter of stock raising by the organization of pairing stations on every Soviet farm which has pedigree stock, and by the systematic distribution of thoroughbred males to pairing stations in every district. Many of our peasants are still ignorant in respect of some of the most fundamental and important agricultural questions. It is evident, therefore, that the diffusion of and wider knowledge of these matters cannot fail to lead to improvements in the working of the land. In addition to giving lectures upon agricultural topics, which it is the duty of the Soviet experts to deliver at various centers, brief courses of lectures must be given at the Soviet farms. The farms will have model fields for demonstration purposes, will organize agricultural exhibitions, will distribute popular literature dealing with agricultural subjects, etc. In addition to diffusing agricultural knowledge, the Soviet power must directly provide expert assistance to the peasants. In view of the present scarcity of experts, the mobilization of the entire personnel will achieve a useful result in this way, that the expert, whose services were in former days placed exclusively at the disposal of the great landlords, will 319 now be made available to the peasants. Furthermore, the Soviet power must take extensive measures to train agricultural experts from among the ranks of the peasants. Besides increasing the number of agricultural courses of lectures and the number of agricultural schools, the best method of achieving this end in the immediate future will be by the provision of special courses for the most gifted members of the communes and articles. In this way a vanguard of trained agriculturists can be recruited from the peasants' own ranks. Of enormous importance to the peasants at this juncture is the provision of possibilities for the repair of agricultural implements. In view of the present iron famine, it is impossible for the small private workshops to undertake the necessary repairs. The state alone is in a position to organize the matter upon a sufficiently extensive scale, in part by enlarging the activities of the repairing shops on the Soviet farms, and in part by covering the countryside with a network of shops especially instituted for the repair of agricultural implements. Huge areas of peasant land now unfit for cultivation are perfectly capable of being transformed into excellent arable. The necessary improvements are neglected today, partly because the work is beyond the means of any village community, and partly because the peasants are not acquainted with modern methods of land improvement. In this matter, therefore, the proletarian state can be of the utmost assistance to the peasants. Notwithstanding the civil war, in many districts excellent work is already being done along these lines. During the decade 1901 to 1910, the yield per desiatina in various countries was as follows: 320. Thus, despite the fact that the Russian soil is much richer than that of Western lands, our country is the last in the list as regards productivity. Per desiatina, Russia grows 3.5 times less oats than Denmark and Belgium, 4 times less than Denmark, and 3 times less than Germany and England, 3 times less than Belgium. Even in Turkey, the yield per desiatina is twice as great as the yield in Russia. It is necessary to point out that the yield of our peasant farms is yet lower than that given in the above table, for the table records averages, and therefore includes the high productivity of the private landlords' estates, where the yield was from 1/5 go and a half times greater than the yield of the peasant farms. It follows, therefore, that without any increase of the land under cultivation our peasants could effect a 2-fold or a 3-fold increase in their harvests, simply by abandoning antiquated methods in favor of up-to-date ways of cultivating the soil. 113. The union of the manufacturing industry with agriculture. The development of the towns which has been the outcome of the divorce of manufacturing industry. Denmark, Holland, England, Belgium, Germany, Turkey, France, USA, Russia. 120, 183, 158, 111, 153, 176, 149, 127, 145, 157, 179, 109, 130, 127, 08, 08, 117, 70, 90, 84, 67, 64, 93, 50, 45, 51. 170, 145, 118, 161, 122, 105, 80, 74, 50, 1079, 908, 1042, 900, 563, 421, 410. Rye, oat, wheat, barley, potatoes. 321. From agriculture and of the predominant role assumed by manufacturing industry in the economic process of social life as a whole, has, in the later phases of capitalism, become a monstrous growth. The best energies of village life have systematically passed from the village to the town. Not merely has the urban population grown faster than the rural population, but the town has positively grown at the expense of the country. In many capitalist lands there has been an absolute decline in the rural population. Some of the towns, on the other hand, have swelled to fantastic proportions. The consequences have been disastrous both to town and country. Among the ill effects, may be mentioned, the depopulation of the villages and their relapse into primitive conditions, the separation of rural life from urban culture, a severance of the townsfolk from nature and from opportunities for health-giving agricultural work, with the resultant physical degeneration of the urban population, the needless removal into the town of a number of branches of industry in which agricultural produce is elaborated, extreme exhaustion of the soil, dependent upon the fact that the towns do not return to the land in the form of manure that which they extract from the land in the form of food, and so on. An approximation of town and country, a union between manufacturing industry and agriculture, a withdrawal of workers from factory occupations to agricultural such, in this connection, must be the immediate aims of communist reconstruction. A beginning has already been made in the assignment of tens of thousands of destinies of Soviet land to various workshops, institutions, and enterprise which aim at the purposive and organized transfer of town workers to the Soviet farms, by the creation of market gardens for individual factories and workshops, by communist Saturdays in which urban workers visit neighboring villages to help in agricultural labor, by the mobilization of Soviet employees for work in the municipal market gardens, and so on. The Communist Party will continue to advance along these lines, in the conviction that the future belongs to the union of manufacturing industry with agriculture, a union 322 which will ultimately lead to the withdrawal from the towns of the gross excess of urban population, and to the distribution of this excess throughout the countryside. 114. The tactics of the Communist Party in relation to the peasants. In our agrarian program we discuss what we wish to realize in agriculture. Let us now consider how we hope to realize our program, to what strata of the population we look for support, by what methods we think we shall be able to win over the majority of the peasants to our side, or at least to ensure their neutrality. In the campaign against landlordism, the urban proletariat was supported by all the peasants, including the rich peasants. This explains the rapid success of the November Revolution, for thereby achieving the overthrow of the bourgeois provisional government which had been endeavoring to postpone the liquidation of landlordism. But the carrying into effect of the new agrarian law concerning the so-called socialization of the land, with its equal division of the cultivable areas, transferred the rich peasants into the counter-revolutionary camp. For the rich peasants lost part of the purchased land which they had owned before the revolution, and they lost the land which they had been able to farm because they had rented it from the poor peasants. They lost everything which they had secured when the estates of the great landlords had been plundered. Finally, it was made impossible for them to employ wage labor. The rich peasants constitute the class which would have become a landlord class if our revolution had never gone beyond the limits of a bourgeois democratic revolution. They constitute a class which is from its very nature mortally hostile to all attempts in the direction of the socialistic organization of agriculture. The aim of the rich peasants as a class is to bring about the development of our agricultural system in such a direction that it will come to resemble that of Denmark or of the United States of America. But for the proletarian authority and its socialistic policy, 323 Russian agriculture after the abolition of the old landlord system would with remarkable celerity have developed into a system of bourgeois farming carried on by wage labor, with the aid of greatly improved methods of working the soil. In conjunction therewith there would have come into existence a huge class of semi-proletarian peasants. The rich peasant greeted the revolution inspired by the most rosy hopes and anticipations, but as a result of the revolution he found himself stripped of part of the land which he had owned before it occurred. As long as this class of rich peasants continues to exist, its members will inevitably prove to be irreconcilable enemies of the proletarian state and its agrarian policy. In its turn it can expect nothing from the Soviet power but a pitiless struggle against its counter-revolutionary activities. The Soviet power may eventually be compelled to undertake a deliberately planned expropriation of the rich peasants, mobilizing them for social work, and above all for the task of improving peasant land and the land of the Soviet farms. The middle peasants form the great majority of the Russian peasants. These middle peasants secured their share of the landlord's estates with the aid of the urban proletariat, and only with its aid can they retain their grip upon this land in face of the counter-revolutionary movement on the part of the capitalists and the great landlords. Only in alliance with the proletariat, only under the leadership of the proletariat, only through the frank acceptance of this leadership, can the middle peasants save themselves from the onslaughts of world capitalism, from being plundered by the imperialists, from having to pay the vast debts incurred by the Tsar and the provisional government. The system of petty agriculture is in any case doomed. It must inevitably be replaced by a more advantageous and more productive system, by the system of large-scale cooperative agriculture. Only through an alliance between the socialist proletariat and the middle peasants can this transformation be achieved without poverty, ruin, and incredible torment for the latter. The petty proprietor mentality of the middle peasants, however, inclines them to form an alliance with 324 the rich peasants. An additional impulsion in this direction arises above all because the middle peasants are compelled to divide their superfluous grain with the town workers, or rather to hand over what they do not actually need for their own consumption without any prospect of receiving from the town workers in return the products of urban industry. It is therefore essential that the Communist Party should endeavor to detach the middle peasants from the rich peasants, for the latter are in reality the agents of international capitalism, and are endeavoring to lead the peasantry as a whole into courses which will involve the loss of all that has been gained by the revolution. Furthermore, our party must make it perfectly clear to the middle peasants that only consideration for transient and temporary interests can induce them to make common cause with the rich peasants and with the bourgeoisie. We must show them that their real, permanent, and far-reaching interests, as genuine workers, dictate an alliance with the urban proletariat. Finally, while striving to effect the socialist transformation of agriculture, we must be careful to avoid alienating the middle peasants by ill-considered and premature measures and must make no attempt to coerce them into forming communes and artels. At the present juncture, the principal task of communism in Russia is to bring it to pass that the workers upon their own initiative, and the peasants upon their own initiative, shall destroy the counter-revolution. When that has been achieved, there will no longer remain any insuperable obstacles in the way of the socialization of agriculture. As regards the poor peasants, the proletarian and semi-proletarian strata of these have to a considerable extent, thanks to the revolution, been raised into the stratum of the middle peasants. Nevertheless, the stratum of the poor peasants still constitutes a main prop of the proletarian dictatorship. It was owing to the alliance with the poor peasants that the Soviet power was enabled to deal some sturdy blows against the rich peasants, and to detach the middle peasants from the rich peasants. The communist mentality of the poor peasants rendered it possible to create instruments of the Soviet power in the rural regions, thereby bringing about the first important and decisive military mobilization of the peasantry. Finally, up till 325 now the poorer peasants have furnished most of the members of the communes and articles, and have actively assisted in the carrying out of the land decrees and of the other decrees of the Soviet power. The most important task of the Communist Party, as far as concerns the poor peasants, is to put an end to the disintegration that has affected the stratum since the dissolution of its committees. The best of all ways will be to unite the poor peasants upon the basis of production. Their influence in village life will be increased if they are enabled to participate in improved methods of agriculture. This can be achieved by enabling all the poor peasants to join forces in artels or in the communal cultivation of the land. The reason why the rich peasant has so great an influence is because he is a successful farmer. But the farming of the rich peasants remains petty bourgeois peasant agriculture. If the poor peasants combine to form communes, they will be able to avail themselves of better agricultural methods than those ordinarily employed in peasant farming, and will thus from the economic outlook become as strong as the middle peasants, and even as strong as the rich peasants. The dictatorship of the poor peasants in rural life can be built upon this economic foundation, upon the material superiority of the member of the commune over the small farmer. But it will not be a dictatorship of the poor peasants in the strict sense of the term. It will not be the rule of paupers and loafers of which the rich peasants used to complain, not without reason, in the days of the committees of the poor peasants. It will be the rule of the vanguard of the rural workers, the rule of that minority which is 2 centuries ahead of the majority. It is, however, extremely difficult to induce all the poor peasants to enter communes. Of late, considerable numbers of the middle peasants have joined communes, and they have been still more inclined to enter articles. In so far as the poor peasants will not abandon petty agriculture, we must induce them to form trade unions of poor peasants. These unions must carry on the struggle against the rich peasants, must continue the struggle which was not fought to be a decisive issue by the 326 committees of poor peasants. The poor peasants must unite for purposes of mutual aid. They must enter into economic relationships with the state, in so far as they can undertake definite work for the state, receiving in return certain products on preferential terms, and various kinds of economic aid. Among the poor peasants of Russia there already exist large numbers of unions. These are formed for various purposes, but they are for the most part purely local, and have a temporary and casual character. They must be fused to form larger unities. There is a great future for such unions among the poorer strata of the population in the provinces whose production of foodstuffs is very small, the districts, for instance, from which we get pitch and tar, the forest regions where timber is felled and stored, and so on. Additional work for the Communist Party, as far as the poor peasants are concerned, is to bring them in closer contact with the urban proletariat, to rid them of their petty bourgeois habits and of their feudal hopes that they will be able to continue vigorous, independent, individualist farming. Wherever there is any considerable number of poor peasants, we must see to it that communist groups, or groups of sympathizers with communism, are formed. Every poor peasant should become a member of a commune. Every member of a commune should become a communist. Literature. Engels, The Peasant Problem in France and Germany. Lenin, The Agrarian Problem and the Critics of Marx. Lenin, The Agrarian Problem in Russia at the Close of the 19th Century. Among popular pamphlets published since the revolution, the following may be mentioned: ZMECUR, We Can't Figure Out Who This Is, RR, The Organization of Communist Agriculture. KY, Rural Communes. Meshcheryakov, Agricultural Communes. Preobrazhensky, Agricultural Communes. Lerin, The Urbanization of Agriculture. Meshcheryakov, The Nationalization of the Land. Lenin, Speech Concerning the Condition of the Middle Peasants, delivered at the 8th Congress of the Communist Party. Sumatahin, Let Us Live in a Commune. Lenin, The Struggle for Bread. 327. Chapter 14. The Organization of Distribution. 115. The Abolition of Private Trade. 116. The Apparatus of Distribution. 117. Cooperation in Former Days. 118. Contemporary Cooperation. 119. Other Organs of Distribution. 115. The Abolition of Private Trade. To each method of production there corresponds a special method of distribution. After the abolition of capitalist ownership in the means of production, the Soviet Republic inevitably came into conflict with the capitalist method of distribution, with trade that is to say, and was compelled to undertake its abolition by degrees. First of all, the great warehouses were confiscated. This was likewise necessary on account of the severe food crisis and on account of the general need for goods. The articles which were being hoarded by speculators in anticipation of a rise in prices were distributed among the working masses, and during the first weeks after the November Revolution this served to mitigate the crisis. The nationalization of the mercantile warehouses was no more than a first step. The nationalization of large-scale trade soon followed. The measure was necessary in the fight with speculation, and in order to take stock of all the goods in the Republic, also, and above all in order that these goods might be distributed among the working class. The Soviet power introduced a system of class rationing, not only for foodstuffs, but also for manufactured articles in general and for all articles of domestic use. But perhaps the best way would have been for the Soviet power to have proceeded as follows: to confiscate all the stores of goods which were in the hands of private traders, and to distribute these goods in accordance with the system 328 of class rationing, without destroying the apparatus of trade, which the Soviet state should rather have preserved, have utilized for its own purposes. To some extent, indeed, we worked along these lines. But the goods were unfortunately confiscated too late, when the greater part of them had already been converted into money, which had been hidden by the owners. The whole apparatus of large-scale distribution was seized by the Soviet power and began to work on its behalf with the aid of the employees' trade unions. Only the heads of the businesses were discarded, for these had now become purely parasitic elements. Formerly it had been necessary to buy goods, to hunt them out, to make bargains. But now that the proletarian state had itself become the chief producer of goods in its nationalized workshops, it would have been absurd for the state to sell these goods to itself, and thus to maintain traders at its own expense. Furthermore, middlemen are superfluous as between the peasants and the state, and as between the state and the consumers as soon as a state monopoly in grain has been established. Middlemen can offer no inducements which will encourage the peasants to hand the grain over to the state. The peasants have no occasion to seek buyers for the grain, for there are no buyers. In so far, therefore, as the proletarian power has taken over the production of a number of important articles, and in so far as it affects a notable proportion of production by the work of its own instruments, it needs its own apparatus of distribution. There is no place here for private trade. But what is to happen in the case of petty private trade which serves for the distribution of the produce of small-scale independent home industry? The Soviet power has not yet taken possession of this branch of production. It has not yet succeeded in becoming the monopolist buyer of the products of the home industry. What is to happen in the case of the petty traders who are distributing such produce among the population, of course, at fancy prices, articles which the agents of the Soviet power are unable to provide at fixed prices? Indubitably this question is far more complicated than 329. The problem of large-scale trade, for the fate of large-scale trade was settled by the mere fact of the general expropriation of capital. It would be absurd for the Soviet power to prohibit petty trade when it is not itself in a position to replace the functions of this trade by the activity of its own organs of distribution. In certain cases, and above all in the regions from which the White Guards had recently been cleared out, local Soviets and revolutionary committees prohibited private trade without providing their own apparatus for the supply of necessaries, or, even if such an apparatus existed, without ensuring that it should function regularly for the adequate supply of the population. As a result, private trade was driven underground, and prices rose enormously. Petty trade will cling tenaciously to life. Its extinction will be possible only in proportion as it passes through the hands of the state a larger and ever larger quantity of the products needed for the supply of the population. If today the Narkomprod, the People's Food Commissariat, exists side by side with the Sukhareka, a Moscow market, this implies that the war between capitalism and socialism still continues in the domain of distribution. The struggle now rages round the positions occupied by petty trade. It will not cease until the state authority becomes the chief buyer of the products of the petty industry, or until, as will ultimately happen, the state has itself become the manufacturer of all these products. Of course, we are not here considering the cases in which petty traders sell products which are already supplied by the distributive organs of the state. We are not concerned with cases which are simply forms of the struggle against pilfering and against other defects of the Soviet mechanism of distribution. In any case, petty trade will continue until, first, large-scale production has been adequately organized in the towns, and, secondly, there is proper provision for the supply of all such necessaries as are not yet produced by state monopoly. Although the complete abolition of middlemen in the field of distribution is the aim of socialism, and although this aim will ultimately be realized, it is obvious that we cannot expect in the immediate future to achieve the entire 330 destruction of the apparatus of retail trade. 116. The apparatus of distribution. Appropriate socialistic distributive organs must be created to deal with the great masses of products requisite for the supply of the population, insofar as these products now pass through or will shortly pass through the hands of the state. These distributive organs must have the following characteristics. They must be centralized. Centralization will ensure the most equitable and accurate distribution. It will reduce the cost of maintenance of the apparatus, for under socialism this apparatus will require far less expenditure of labor power and of material means than were requisite for the apparatus of private trade. The socialist distributive apparatus must work swiftly. This is of the utmost importance. It is essential, not merely that the apparatus should demand the minimum expenditure of strength and means on the part of the state, but in addition that it should not involve the waste of a minute of any consumer's time. Otherwise, great loss would be involved for society as a whole through the unproductive expenditure of energy. Under a system of private trade and in the normal conditions of the capitalist economy, the consumer, provided he has money, can procure whatever he wants whenever he wants it. In these matters, the socialist apparatus of distribution must be at least as good as that of private trade. But in view of the high degree of centralization, there is considerable risk that the socialist apparatus will degenerate into a cumbrous and dilatory machine in which a great many articles will rot before they reach the consumer. How is an efficient distributive apparatus to be constructed? Two possibilities were open to the Soviet power. It could create an entirely new distributive apparatus, or it could make use of all the organs of distribution created by capitalism, pressing these into the socialist service. The Soviet power adopted the latter course. While creating its own organs wherever necessary, especially in the 331 opening period of the destruction of capitalist conditions, it concentrated its attention upon the cooperatives, aiming chiefly at the utilization of the cooperative apparatus for the distribution of goods. 117. Cooperation in former days. In capitalist society, the main function of the cooperatives is to free the consumer from the tyranny of the middleman, from the grip of the speculative trader, to secure trading profits for the union of consumers, and to provide consumers with goods of satisfactory quality. The cooperatives achieve these results with a considerable measure of success, but they do this only for their own members, only, that is to say, for a certain part of society. The early cooperators fancied that capitalism would be peacefully renovated through the instrumentality of cooperation. What has really happened, however, amounts to this. With all its successes, cooperation has been able merely to overthrow retail trade with more or less success, but it has done nothing to break the power of wholesale trade, to which it is itself subordinate. We refer, of course, to distributive cooperation. As far as productive cooperation is concerned, this plays an insignificant part in the whole system of capitalist production and exercises practically no influence upon the course and the development of capitalist industry. Speaking generally, we may say that the titanic organization of capital does not regard cooperation as a serious competitor. Capitalism felt fully capable of strangling cooperation like a kitten whenever it should think fit, and it was therefore content to leave the dreamers of the cooperative movement free to indulge their visions of the overthrow of capitalism, and to allow the cooperative bookkeepers to plume themselves on the profits they had snatched from the petty traders. Cooperation adapted itself to capitalism and came to play a definite part in the capitalist system of distribution. It was even advantageous to capitalism, for it reduced the cost of the capitalist apparatus of distribution, and thus set free a certain 332 amount of trading capital for use in productive industry. On the other hand, cooperation, by reducing the number of petty middlemen and by bringing the consumer into closer contact with the large-scale capitalist producer, accelerated the exchange of commodities, guaranteed the prompt and conscientious payment of obligations, and in the last resort made the position of the Industrial Reserve Army even worse than before, for the members of the Industrial Reserve have often been inclined to take refuge in the life of petty trade. Moreover, numerous investigations have shown that as far as cooperation among the peasants was concerned, its advantages were mostly confined to the vigorous and well-to-do peasants, whereas the poor peasants profited by it very little. Considering the class to which their members respectively belong, the distributive cooperatives may be divided into workers' cooperatives, peasants' cooperatives, and the cooperatives of comparatively well-to-do town dwellers, petty bourgeois, and civil servants. The workers' cooperatives always form the extreme left wing among cooperative institutions in general, but as regards the class organizations of the proletariat they constitute the extreme right wing. In the peasant cooperatives, the well-to-do peasants have the decisive voice. In the third type of cooperative, the predominant place is occupied by the petty bourgeois intellectuals, of the same caliber as those whose mentality has dominated the whole cooperative movement, persons who believe that cooperation has a great mission for the destruction of capitalism by means of cooperative vouchers and loaves of cooperative bread. The true nature of the cooperative movement was disclosed by the proletarian revolution in Russia. Except for some of the workers' cooperatives, this movement, especially as regards the intellectuals and the rich peasants among the cooperative leaders, assumed a definitely hostile attitude towards the socialist revolution. Indeed, the Siberian cooperatives, in the form of the organization known as Purchase and Sale, and other distributive cooperatives, sided openly with the counter-revolution and advocated the crushing of the 333 Soviet Republic with the assistance of world imperialism. On October 1, 1917, there were 612 cooperative societies in Russia. Apparently, however, this figure is too low, for on January 1, 1918, according to estimates from various sources, there were 1,000 such societies. In the Centrosoyuz, the Central Cooperative League, there are 88,801 societies with a total membership of 18,694,196. Since, however, One and the same cooperative may belong to 2 or 3 different leagues. It is probable that the number of cooperatives and cooperators in Russia is smaller than this statement would suggest. As far as productive cooperation is condemned, in 1918 there existed in Russia 469 cooperative societies and leagues, small undertakings for the most part. 118. Contemporary cooperation. In the capitalist regime, cooperation fulfills a definite role in the general system. In the Soviet regime, the cooperative apparatus is destined either to die out gradually in conjunction with all the other apparatus of capitalist distribution, or else to enter the system of socialist distribution and to assume the role of a state distributive apparatus. The old leaders of the cooperatives, the Mensheviks, the social revolutionaries, and the various socialists of the Kolchak type, would like to ensure for the cooperatives independence of the proletarian state, which means to ensure for them the freedom to die out. The Soviet power, on the other hand, having an eye to the real interests of the great masses of the workers, and caring in particular for the interests of the cooperators themselves, pursues another path. Disregarding the opinions of the intellectuals who were leading the cooperatives, and refusing to discard the whole cooperative apparatus because of the counter-revolutionary activities of these leaders, the Soviet power has continually endeavored to fuse the cooperative distributive apparatus with the whole system of its own distributive organs. It has endeavored to widen rather than to narrow the scale of cooperative activities. The practical aims of the Soviet power and of the Communist Party, in this 334 connection, have been the following. The normal cooperative of the bourgeois type is a voluntary union of citizens having a definite interest in the society. As a rule, the society serves none but its own members, and if it supplies products to the general population, it does so only insofar as this can be effected without harm to the members. We, on the other hand, consider it necessary that the entire population shall be organized in cooperatives, that every member of the community shall belong to a cooperative. Only then will distribution through the cooperative signify distribution to the whole population. In a distributive society of cooperators, the work is usually carried on under the administration of all the members of the society. In actual fact, as a rule, quite a small group of the members is responsible for the conduct of affairs, but this depends upon the members themselves. The constitution of the society puts the absolute control in the hands of the General Assembly of the members. If all the citizens of the Republic are enrolled in the cooperatives, they have full power to control these organizations from below upwards, thus controlling the entire apparatus of distribution in the proletarian state. Should the masses display sufficient independence, they could resolutely and successfully eradicate maladministration and bureaucracy from the work of distribution and could thus ensure the requisite punctuality and accuracy throughout the state cooperative organization. When the consumers themselves participate in the work of distribution, the distributive organs will no longer hang in the air above the masses but will become implemented in the hands of the masses themselves. This will undoubtedly promote the development of a communistic consciousness and will favor the growth of a comradely discipline among the workers. At the same time, it will help the masses to understand the integral nature of the productive and distributive apparatus in socialist society. Further, it is necessary, after enrolling the whole population in the cooperatives, that the leading part in these organizations shall be assigned to the proletarian stratum of the population. In the towns this will be secured 335 through the more active participation of the urban workers in cooperative functions, through securing the election of a communist and proletarian majority upon the administrative bodies, and above all by seeing to it that the cooperatives which are transformed into urban consumers' communes shall be the workers' cooperatives and not the cooperatives founded by the petty bourgeois and the civil servants. To the same end it is essential that there should be an intimate association between the cooperatives and the trade unions, that is to say between the respective organs of distribution and production. There is an immense future for such an association. In course of time the function of the state will be reduced to that of a central accountant's office, and then the living union of productive organizations with distributive organizations will be of overwhelming importance. Finally, it is essential that the communists should participate as a compact group in the construction of the system of cooperative distribution, and that they should secure the dominant role in the work. In the rural districts it is important that the rich peasants should be excluded from the management of the cooperatives, that the comparatively well-to-do inhabitants of the countryside should not receive any privileges in the matter of distribution, and that the entire apparatus of the rural cooperatives should be controlled by the poor peasants and the class conscious among the middle peasants. 119. Other organs of distribution. Since the November Revolution there have come into existence various additional distributive organs created by the revolution. In the center of these is the Narkomprod, the People's Food Commissariat, with all its sub-departments in the provinces and the counties. These organizations for the supply of food had and have their own distributive instruments in the form of a network of food depots and stores. At one time, in the rural districts, the committees of the poor peasants, 336 were distributing agents, thus forming a counterpoise to the cooperative distribution. Whereas the cooperatives distributed most of the products they received among the well-to-do peasants, the committees of the poor peasants distributed among the poor peasants the greater part and the best part of the goods they received from the state. An important role in distribution was played by the house committees in the large towns and by the house communes. The trade unions and the factory committees were likewise occupied in the work of distribution. The task of the Soviet power is to ensure that these multiple organs of distribution shall be replaced by a single distributive organ or shall become parts of one integral distributive mechanism. In this connection, for example, the house committees and the house communes play a useful part, for they enable consumers to secure the goods they need without standing in queues for hours or days. Chapter 15. The organization of banks and monetary circulation. 120. The nationalization of the banks and the Unified People's Bank. The bank as a central bookkeeping establishment. 121. Money and the dying out of the monetary system. 120. The nationalization of the banks and the United People's Bank. The bank uses a central bookkeeping establishment. Few workers have a precise idea of what banks are, and what their function is in capitalist society. They conceive a bank to be a sort of huge treasure chest in which rich folk hoard money. The workers who have any savings and put them in a bank know that interest is paid upon these deposits, and they 337 are aware that money deposited in a private bank sometimes vanishes. The savings are lost. The first thing we have to understand is that a bank is not a money box. At any given moment there is very little ready money in the bank. The essence of banking business is something quite different from the functioning as a fireproof safe for the money of people who have saved money. It is quite true that hundreds of millions of savings are paid into the bank, but these sums do not lie unused in the strong boxes. The money which flows into the banks is immediately put into circulation again. In the first place, it is lent to entrepreneurs who found factories, exploit workers, and pay part of their gains to the banks as interest on the loan, the bank, in its turn, paying part of its profits to its depositors. In the second place, the banks themselves found new undertakings with the funds they receive from depositors, or they finance extant undertakings. Finally, the banks lend money to various states, on which these states pay interest. Thus, through the instrumentality of the governments, the banks plunder the populations of the debtor states. Inasmuch as the banks belong to a small group of the wealthier capitalists, their work is seen in the last analysis to consist merely in the extraction of surplus value with the aid of their own capital and that of their depositors. But the banks are not merely spiders sucking up the surplus labor of the workers and peasants. They have an additional significance. Let us suppose that I have some money and deposit it in the bank. This means that I had certain commodities which I sold, transforming them into money. The flow of new and ever new sums of money through all the banks, an increase in the total amount of capital in any society, signifies that new and ever new masses of values are passing into circulation. Money represents a product, it is, so to speak, the certificate of a product. From the general circulation of money, we can approximately infer the general movement of products. Inevitably, therefore, the banks become, as it were, the bookkeeping offices of capitalist society. The foregoing considerations show us the function which the banks can perform in capitalist society, and what the 338 proletariat must do with them as soon as it has seized power. After the Socialist Revolution, or, rather, during the Socialist Revolution, the working class must seize all the banks, and, above all, the Central State Bank. This is necessary, in the first place, simply in order that the workers may confiscate all the monetary deposits of the bourgeoisie, all the share certificates, and all the monetary obligations of the capitalists. This act of confiscation will strike capitalist exploitation to the very heart. We adopted this course after the November Revolution, and our action was a crushing blow to the capitalist class of Russia. What should the proletarian power do with the confiscated banks? It must turn to account everything that is of value in the capitalist banking system. This means that the workers must preserve the banks as apparatus for keeping account of production, and as instruments for distributing financial resources. Above all, there must be a thoroughgoing nationalization of banking business. Not merely must all the banks taken from the bourgeoisie be converted into state institutions of the proletariat, but all future banking operations must be declared a state monopoly. The state alone can be allowed to found banks. Furthermore, all the banks must be amalgamated. Superfluous banks must be abolished, and those which it is considered desirable to maintain must become branches of the unified bank of the Soviet Republic. Instead of the manifold methods of account keeping and instead of the various kinds of banking operations conducted by the bourgeois banks, in the unified People's Bank there will be a single and simple method of keeping accounts. This will enable the proletarian state to draw up a complete picture showing where and how much the state has paid out, whence and how much it has received. If, however, the revenue and expenditure of the state are recorded by the unified bank of the Republic, what will 339 happen to the bank when the state itself becomes, as it tends more and more to become, the sole administrator of a unified and gigantic apparatus organizing the entire economic life of the country? It is obvious that the bank will then play the part that is played by the counting house in any economic enterprise. The bank, as such, will gradually disappear. As our party program explains, the bank will become the central counting house, the central bookkeeping establishment of communist society. 121. Money and the dying out of the monetary system. Communist society will know nothing of money. Every worker will produce goods for the general welfare. He will not receive any certificate to the effect that he has delivered the product to society. He will receive no money, that is to say. In like manner, he will pay no money to society when he receives whatever he requires from the common store. A very different state of affairs prevails in socialist society, which is inevitable as an intermediate stage between capitalism and communism. Here money is needed, for it has a part to play in commodity economy. If I, as a bootmaker, need a coat, I change my wares, the boots that I make, into money. Money is a commodity by means of which I can procure any other commodity I may please, and by means of which in the given case I can procure the particular thing I want, namely a coat. Every producer of commodities acts in the same way. In socialist society, this commodity economy will to some extent persist. Let us suppose that the resistance of the bourgeoisie has been overcome, and that those who formerly constituted the ruling class have now become workers. But the peasants still remain. They do not work for the general account of society. Every peasant will endeavor to sell his surplus product to the state, to exchange it for the industrial products he 340 needs for his own use. The peasant will remain a producer of commodities. That he may settle accounts with his neighbors and with the state, he will still need money, just as the state will need money in order to settle accounts with all those members of society who have not yet become members of the general productive commune. Still more is it impossible to abolish money immediately, when private trade still continues to be considered. able extent, and when the Soviet power is not yet in a position to replace private trade entirely by socialist distribution. Finally, it would be disadvantageous to abolish money altogether so long as the issue of paper money is a substitute for taxation, so long as it helps the proletarian state to cope with the exceedingly difficult conditions now prevailing. Socialism, however, is communism in course of construction. It is incomplete communism. In proportion as the work of upbuilding communism is successfully effected, the need for money will disappear. In due time the state will probably be compelled to put an end to the expiring monetary circulation. This will be of especial importance in order to bring about the final disappearance of the laggards of the bourgeois classes who with hoarded money will continue to consume values created by the workers in a society which has proclaimed, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." Thus, from the very outset of the socialist revolution, money begins to lose its significance. All the nationalized undertakings, just like the single enterprise of a wealthy owner, for the owner of the unified enterprises is now the proletarian state, will have a common counting house, and will have no need of money for reciprocal purchases and sales. By degrees a moneyless system of account keeping will come to prevail. Thanks to this, money will no longer have anything to do with one great sphere of the national economy. As far as the peasants are concerned, in their case likewise money will cease by degrees to have any importance, and the direct exchange of commodities will come to the front once more. Even in private trade among the peasants, money will pass into the background, and the buyer will find himself able to procure 341 korn only in exchange for products in kind, such as clothing, household utensils, furniture, etc. The gradual disappearance of money will likewise be promoted by the extensive issue of paper money by the state, in association with the great restriction in the exchange of commodities dependent upon the disorganization of industry. The increasing depreciation of the currency is, essentially, an expression of the annulment of monetary values. But the most forcible blow to the monetary system will be delivered by the introduction of budget books and by the payment of the workers in kind. In the workbook will be entered how much the holder has done, and this will mean how much the state owes him. In accordance with the entries in his book, the worker will receive products from the consumer's stores. In such a system it will be impossible for those who do no work to procure goods for money. But the method can only be realized when the state has been able to concentrate into its own hands such a quantity of articles of consumption as is requisite for the supply of all the working members of socialist society. It will be impossible to carry it out until our disorganized industrial system has been reconstructed and expanded. Speaking generally, the process of abolishing monetary circulation takes the following form today. First of all, money is expelled from the domain of product exchange as far as the nationalized undertakings are concerned, factories, railways, Soviet farms, etc. Money likewise disappears from the domain of account keeping between the state and the workers of the socialist state, that is, as far as concerns account keeping between the Soviet power on the one hand, and the employees and workers in Soviet undertakings on the other. Furthermore, money becomes superfluous so far as the direct exchange of goods is effected between the state and the small producers, the peasants and the home workers. Even within the realm of small-scale industry, the direct exchange of goods will tend to replace the use of money, but it may be that money will not completely disappear until small-scale industry itself disappears. 342 Literature. There is very little literature dealing with this subject. The following may be recommended: Piotr, the proletariat, and the banks. Soker, the nationalization of the banks. Also the files of Ekonomikeskias his economic life, and Narodno hozyaistvo political economy. Chapter 16. Finance in the proletarian state. 122. The state as a parasitic apparatus. 123. The proletarian state as a productive apparatus. 124. The budget of the proletarian state. 122. The state as a parasitic apparatus. We have previously shown that the state is the organization of force, that it is the expression of the dominion of one class over another class or over other classes. The bourgeois class, in the course of capitalist development, becomes to an increasing extent a class of idlers, who consume goods while doing nothing to help in the work of production. What view, then, are we to take of the bourgeois state, which serves to protect the ease and the income of these idlers from the exploited and incensed masses? The police and the gendarmerie, the standing army, the whole judicial apparatus, the entire machinery of administration, these comprise a huge mass of individuals, not one of whom has ever produced a bushel of wheat, a yard of cloth, or so much as a pin or a needle. The whole organization lives upon surplus value, which is produced by the workers and peasants. This surplus value is absorbed by the state in the form of direct and indirect taxation. For example, the Tsarist government extracted in this way from the workers and peasants more than 343 milliards of rubles. Translated into the terms of our present paper currency, this would represent 300 milliards, which is thrice as much as all the money in Russia. Only a small fraction of the state revenue was devoted to production, to such things as the building of roads and railways, bridges, ships, etc. Turning to consider the proletarian state, we find that this likewise, so long as the civil war continues and so long as the resistance of the bourgeoisie has not been broken, must to a degree be an organ standing above production. The work of many of the instruments of the proletarian state is not work that affects the creation of new values. Indeed, many of the state instruments are maintained at the cost of the goods produced by the workers and peasants. To this category belong our military apparatus and the Red Army, the administrative system, all the means that are requisite for the struggle against the counter-revolution, and so on. But such features are not characteristic of the proletarian state. In these respects it is radically different from the exploiter's state. The essential characteristic of the proletarian state is its gradual transformation from an unproductive organization to become an organization for the administration of economic life. 123. The proletarian state as a productive apparatus. Long before the end of the Civil War, the proletarian state becomes mainly concerned with the production and distribution of goods. A mere enumeration of the central and local commissariats will make this perfectly plain. The most important of the Soviet organizations is the Supreme Economic Council with its various sub-departments. This body is exclusively productive. The commissariats for agriculture, food, communications, and labor, are all likewise productive or distributive organizations, or organizations for the utilization of labor power. In like manner the Commissariat for Popular Education, in proportion as its program for the institution of 344 a unified labor school is realized, becomes an organization for the preparation of skilled labor power. In the proletarian state, the Commissariat for Public Health is an instrument for the protection of the health of the workers. The Commissariat for Social Welfare is mainly concerned with the welfare of those who have been or will be workers, sanatoria, land settlements, etc. Even the Commissariat for Administration finds its main activities engaged in supporting and leading the organs of local economic life, and in especial those of the municipalities. Taking it as a whole, the proletarian state mechanism becomes transformed into a huge organization for the management of economic life, and for its advancement in every possible way. A study of the budget of the Soviet Republic will make this clear. Here are some characteristic items of expenditure. Estimates for the half-year, January to June, 1919, in millions of rubles. These figures show that the defense of the Republic still requires vast sums of money. Putting on one side this item, which arises out of the peculiar conditions of the moment, we see that 9/10 of the expenditure of the proletarian state is devoted to production, administration, the safeguarding of future functional capacity, the maintenance of labor power, etc. All this expenditure is purely economic. Furthermore, in the communist Saturdays the workers in the various productive organizations, the soldiers of the Red Army, and the war commissars, all combine to do their duty in the matter of productive labor, though at first, of course, the results are slender. Prior to the year 1919, there was no state in the world in which the civil servants were voluntarily engaged in such tasks as the repairing of locomotives and the lading of wood on behalf of the state. 124. The budget of the proletarian state. We have seen that the expenditure of the proletarian state is increasingly devoted to productive purposes. The question now arises, from what sources its income will be derived. The finances of the Russian Soviet Republic give some information upon this subject. In the early days of its existence, the Soviet power had certain extraordinary sources of revenue. It had the bank deposits which had been confiscated from the bourgeoisie, it had the cash resources of the late government, it had various sums which were secured by taxing the bourgeoisie, by the sale of goods confiscated from private traders and firms, etc. All these sources of income were small in relation to the necessary expenditure. As far as the local Soviets were concerned, taxes levied upon the capitalists were for a considerable time their only source of revenue, but for the central government such taxes could not provide any notable means of support. Moreover, such a source of revenue was transient. The bourgeoisie was soon stripped bare, or else, and this is what usually happened, members of the bourgeois class vanished, after hiding their savings. A graduated income tax has not given and does not give satisfactory results. In so far as it is levied upon employees and workers, it is an absurdity, for the state is simply taking back in the form of a tax what it has paid in the form of salary or wages. In so far as it is levied upon the urban bourgeoisie, officially no bourgeois exist any. 346 longer. Legally the bourgeois cannot continue their former occupations. Such a tax, therefore, is extremely difficult to collect, and in actual experience the source of state revenue proved altogether inadequate. A graduated income tax might be far more lucrative when levied upon the rich peasants, but for its regular collection we should have to depend upon the work of local instruments of taxation, which would need to be organized by the local authorities, chiefly those of the rural districts. As far as the middle peasants are concerned, it is undesirable for political reasons to levy any tax upon them while the civil war continues, for such a measure would tend to alienate them from the proletariat. The attempt to raise an extraordinary revolutionary tax of 10 milliards miscarried, for, after great efforts, less than 2 milliards were secured. The main source of revenue for the state has been the issue of paper money. This, in so far as the money is able to buy anything, is in reality a special form of taxation. Inasmuch as the issue of paper money accelerates the depreciation of the currency, it leads indirectly to the expropriation of the money capital of the bourgeoisie, for it reduces the purchasing capacity of this money capital to a fraction of that which it formerly possessed. It can readily be understood that the issue of paper money cannot in the long run constitute a means of revenue for a state which aims at the ultimate abolition of money altogether. We are faced with this problem: what is the best foundation upon which the proletarian state can build up its revenues? Such a secure foundation is furnished by production. If the issue of paper money has hitherto proved to be a successful method of collecting state revenue, it is because this sort of tax can be collected without the taxpayer being aware that he is paying anything of the sort. No less inconspicuous is it when we secure revenue indirectly by means of state monopoly. This form of state revenue is, in reality, perfectly just. The cost of production of any articles which are produced by the state must include all the administrative charges requisite for the particular branch of production. The proletarian state apparatus actually realizes such a form of administration. In practice this means that if the transport of passengers costs 1 milliard of rubles per annum, the state can fix the fares 347 at such a figure that it will receive from this source the sum of 1,200 million rubles. If the total cost of all manufactured articles is 5 milliards, they can be sold for 6 milliards, and so on. The excess is devoted to the maintenance of the state. Of course the revenues from monopoly are not to be conceived solely in the form of money, but also directly in the form of a definite quantity of goods. If the proletarian state becomes transformed into an organ for the administration of the socialist economic system as a whole, the question of its upkeep, that is to say our old question of the budget, is greatly simplified. The affair is merely one of assigning a definite portion of goods to a definite item of economic expenditure. But whereas the question of the state budget is now very simple, far less simple is the problem of how we are to determine precisely what portion of products can be consumed, that is to say, what portion can be expended in the economic system as a whole. It will be necessary to calculate with extreme forethought exactly what proportion of the total products can be consumed ungrudgingly, and exactly what proportion must be reserved as stores to use for the expansion of production, and so on. We see, then, that in proportion as the state as a parasitic apparatus is destroyed, the problem of the state budget is merged into the general problem of the distribution of all products in a socialist society. The state budget will have become merely a small section of the integral budget of the cooperative commonwealth. Literature. There is practically no literature dealing with this question. We may recommend priori, The Financial Policy of the Soviet Power. 348. Chapter 17. The Housing Problem. 125. The Housing Problem in Capitalist Society. 126. The Housing Problem in the Proletarian State. 125. The Housing Problem in Capitalist Society. The privileges of the bourgeois class are more conspicuous in the matter of housing than in any other domain. The bourgeois inhabit the best quarters of the towns. The well-to-do classes live in the best streets, in those which are cleanest, those where there are spacious gardens and plenty of trees. The working class, on the other hand, is in all lands stabled in the mean streets and in suburban quarters. It is not because most of the factories are usually situated in the outskirts of the town that the workers must dwell in the suburbs. Even if a factory is in the center of a town, those who work there will nonetheless be herded somewhere in the outskirts. But those factory owners whose works are situated in the remote quarters of the town, themselves live in the center. Bourgeois families occupy entire dwellings, or flats with a great number of rooms. Their houses have more rooms than inhabitants. There are spacious gardens, bathrooms, and all the conveniences of life. Working-class families are crowded into cellars, into single-room tenements, into tiny flats. Often enough they live in barrack dwellings, like prisoners who are herded in a jail. Throughout the day the worker inhales factory smoke, filings, dust of every kind. All night he breathes the air of a room in which as many as 5 or 6 children may be sleeping. It is not surprising that statistics should show how 349 quickly people die in working class quarters, the folk whose working hours are too long, whose dwellings are too narrow, and whose lives are too short. Here are some of the data. In Britain the average death rate is 22 per thousand. In the bourgeois quarters, the death rate is only 17, in the working class quarters, it is 86, in some districts, where the poorest among the workers dwell, the death rate is between 40 and 50. Turning to Belgium, we find that in the working class quarters of Brussels 1 person in 29 dies every year, whereas in the best bourgeois quarters only 1 person in 58 dies each year. Thus the working class death rate is nearly twice as great as the bourgeois death rate. The mean duration of life in the case of the bourgeoisie, in the case of those who live in well-lighted, dry, and warm dwellings, is nearly half as long again as the mean duration of life of those who are crowded into the cellars and attics of the working class quarters. In Budapest, the mean duration of life of persons dying at an age exceeding 5 years, was as follows. When we examine the figures relating to child mortality, the comparison between the working class and the bourgeoisie shows that the latter possess a still greater advantage in this respect. In those bourgeois dwellings where there is an average of only 1 person per room, the death rate among infants, those under 1 year, is only 1/4 of the infantile death rate in those working class dwellings in which there are more than 3 persons per room. As regards children aged 1 to 5, the bourgeois death rate is only half the working class death rate. Not only do the workers in their gloomy and pestiferous habitations die on the average 15 years earlier than the bourgeois, in addition they have to pay capitalist landlords for the privilege. Tribute goes to the house owner for every corner, every cellar, and every garret, not to mention every real room or tenement. If you don't pay, here is the key of the street. House rent always swallows a large proportion of the workers' wages, usually as much as 15 to 25%. The cost of housing continually increases for the workers in capitalist lands. In Hamburg, for example, for every 100 marks shillings earned per month, there was paid in house rent. Thus the smaller the income, the larger the percentage of that income which has to be devoted to house rent, and the more rapid likewise is the annual increase in the proportion that must be assigned to rent. In the case of the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, the percentage of income devoted to house rent is only 1/6 of that which must be paid by the workers, and this percentage, far from increasing, positively diminishes. 126. The housing problem in the proletarian state. The proletarian revolution effected an entire change in housing conditions. The Soviet power nationalized the bourgeois dwellings, in some cases it completely cancelled the arrears of rent in the working class quarters, and in other cases reduced these arrears. But this is not all. Plans are being drawn up, and have in part already been put into operation, for the complete abolition of rent for the workers living in the nationalist dwellings. In the larger towns, there has begun a systematic transference of the workers from cellar dwellings, from ruinous houses, and from insanitary tenements, into the bourgeois villas and mansions of the central quarters of the towns. Furthermore, the workers are being systematically supplied with furniture and all necessary domestic utensils. It is the business of the Communist Party to continue this policy, to perfect its housing economy, to institute a campaign against rough usage of the nationalist houses, to see that they are kept clean and in satisfactory repair, and to ensure that the drains, the water pipes, the steam heating apparatus, etc., are kept in good order. But the Soviet power, while pursuing on broad lines this policy of nationalizing large-scale capitalist house property, sees no reason why the interests of the lesser house owners should be infringed. The house owners who are workers, employees, and other ordinary folk living in their own houses. Attempts to effect a general nationalization of the small houses as well as of the large ones, such attempts were made in the provinces, had as their only result that the nationalist houses large and small had no one to care for them properly, they fell into disrepair, and in many cases there was no one willing to live in them. On the other hand, feelings of animosity towards the Soviet power were aroused among the owners of the small houses. The Soviet power, which was faced in the towns by a severe housing crisis resulting from the complete suspension of building activities, had to undertake the arduous task of justly apportioning the available housing accommodation. The housing departments of the Soviets take charge of all the free dwellings in the towns, and allot them in accordance with a definite plan. The departments make schedules of all the available accommodation in the large houses, in the dwellings of families and individuals who have more rooms than they really need. When the civil war is over and when the crisis in production has come to an end, there will be a great growth in 352 the urban population. The proletariat which has taken refuge in the villages will return to the towns, and the excess of population in the rural districts will also make its way to the urban centers. The Soviet power will have to deal with the question of building new houses, dwellings which will satisfy the needs of communist society. At the present moment it is difficult to say what type of buildings will be best, whether they should be large houses, fully equipped, with gardens, common dining halls, and the like, or whether they should be small and well-designed separate dwellings for the workers. One thing is perfectly clear. The housing program must not conflict in any way with the proposed unification of industry and agriculture. It must favor the dispersal of the town over the countryside, it must not increase the concentration of hundreds of thousands and millions of persons in limited areas, persons who by this concentration are deprived of the possibility of breathing fresh air, are cut off from nature, and are foredoomed to a premature death. Literature. Engels, The Housing Question. Fedorovich, Working Class Dwellings. Dementieri, The Factory, Its Merits and Its Defects. Saverlorsky, The Housing Question in Western Europe and in Russia. Pokerskaya, The Improvement of Working Class Dwellings in England. 353. Chapter 18. Labor Protection and Social Welfare Work. 127. What is labor protection? 128. The chief fields of labor protection. 129. What has been done in Russia as regard labor protection? 130. What is social welfare work? 131. The chief provinces of social welfare work. 132. Social welfare work in Russia. 133. Other measures for the improvement of the condition of the working class. 134. Further tasks of the party. 127. What is labor protection? The working class fights to secure a communist system, because the system will deliver the workers from exploitation, and because communism will make it possible to develop productive forces to such an extent that it will no longer be necessary for people to devote the whole of their lives to the production of the necessaries of life. All the conquests, therefore, made by the working class on its way towards communism are in their essence directly or indirectly equivalent to labor protection. They all promote an improvement in the position of the workers. Let us consider, for example, the political freedom of the working class in the Soviet Republic, and let us consider the position of the workers as ruling class. It is plain that this new political status implies a step forward in the path of labor protection. The same thing may be said of all the conquests of the working class, all without exception. But we must distinguish from labor protection in this general sense, certain more special senses of the term. In the latter case we are not thinking of the position of the working class in general, but of the position of the working class in the factory, in the workshop, in the mine. In other words, we are thinking of the conditions which affect the workers in the actual labor. 354 Process. Labor in factories and workshops, in the midst of machinery, and often in a contaminated atmosphere, is very dangerous. The danger is increased by the undue length of the working day, whereby the workers are fatigued, whereby their energy is exhausted, so that their attention is apt to wander and the liability to accident is greatly increased. An unduly long working day entails, of itself, extreme exhaustion of the organism. A few examples will suffice to show how the life of the workers is dependent upon their environment and upon the general conditions under which they work. First of all comes the question of accidents. Here are some figures. At the Nevsky shipbuilding works in Petrograd, the records of accidents are as follows. The decline in the number of accidents was mainly due to a series of special measures. But the figure of 210 accidents per 1,000 workers is still far too high. Sometimes accidents occur to 70% of the workers every year. According to the reports of a district surgeon, during harvest time in Ekaterinslav province the country hospitals reminded him of field hospitals in wartime. Of course such accidents are not peculiar Russia, but occur everywhere. In the British Parliament, Ramsay MacDonald once pointed out that of 1,200 miners killed at work, 1,100 were killed owing to the neglect of the requisite precautionary measures by the capitalists. The last example indicates that if we wish we can enormously reduce the number of accidents. But from the year no of accidents accidents. Workers. Per 1,000 workers. 1914 4,386 6,186 709. 1915 4,689 7,002 669. 1916 2,887 602 371. 1917 1269 6059 210 355 Capitalist point of view the necessary measures would not pay. 2. The second basic question is that of injurious working environment and the occupational diseases and the mortality arising therefrom. Let us consider, for instance, phosphorus manufacture. Lazarev reported that in Russian phosphorus factories, where no precautionary measures were employed, 5 years sufficed to make of the worker a living corpse. In chemical works, glass works, mines, etc., numerous so-called occupational diseases were rife. Like phenomena were observable in other branches of production. Varicose veins occurred in workers who had to stand too long, necrosis of the jaw in phosphorus workers, mercurial poisoning, arsenical poisoning, tuberculosis, etc. Here are some figures. In England, during the years 1900 to 1902, among 1,000 deaths of those following various occupations, the deaths from consumption were. According to the reports of Dr. Baranov, the mortality from consumption in the proletariat was as follows. We learn from German statistics that the mortality from consumption among the Zolling and metal polishers was 4 times as great as that from any other illness. 3. In addition to causing manifest diseases, bad working conditions give rise to a general deterioration of working class physique. This finds expression in the increasing number of men who are unfit for military service. Year by year there is a larger number of weak-chested and undergrown persons, and in the proletariat the proportion of such persons is far greater than among other strata of the population. In Switzerland, among those called up for militia service, the percentage of town workers who were unfit was 389°5, while the percentage of unfit rural workers was only 25. Similar conditions are observable in other lands. Among women, the deterioration of physique is frequently associated with a loss of the capacity for childbearing. Obviously, all these evils are closely linked with the conditions of production. The capitalist class has no interest in labor protection, and its policy towards labor power is merely a policy of plunder. The capitalists wish to squeeze the workers like lemons and throw away the skin. This is the policy likewise of progressive American capital. In the USA, none but healthy workers are admitted into the factories, their muscular development is carefully inspected and tested. Weakly workers are not even allowed to enter the country, for it is considered that these weaklings would constitute an inferior sort of working cattle. But in the States it is an exception for. Of 100 cigarette makers who died 63 died of consumption. Engravers who died 58 Compositors who died 53 Tailors who died 59. Stonemasons who died 56 Locksmiths, turners, hoodmaken, bookbinders, tinplaters who died cardboard makers, joiners who died 45 to 45.5 357 The workers to attain the age of 45. My lord capital sucks the life out of them in the most progressive manner possible. The dictatorship of the proletariat is obviously the first means which has been found for putting this matter of labor protection upon a secure footing. The working class is directly interested in the preservation of labor power. It must display the utmost regard for this most precious and most important force of production. The communist system will have nothing to do with a foolish, criminal, and injurious waste of human strength. It will work with the aid of a highly developed technique, whose first object will be the preservation of this strength. That is why labor protection is of such immense importance during the transition to the communist phase of human society. Labor protection, then, signifies the safeguarding of the workers from harmful conditions of production. 128. The chief fields of labor protection. The most important requisite for the protection of the working class, and the most important safeguard against its physical deterioration, against illness, increased mortality, etc., is that there should be a normal working day. It is not surprising, therefore, that the working class has always put the struggle for the reduction of working hours in the forefront of the general struggle. The working day decides the expenditure of human energy which is converted into products. In capitalist society this energy is likewise converted into capitalist profit, and for this reason the capitalists are greatly interested in protracting the working day. But by overworking his strength, the worker reduces his capacity for further work, he wears himself out more speedily, his constitution is weakened, he falls ill more readily, and dies sooner. An abnormally long working day involves a predatory squandering of human energy. The establishment of a normal working day is the first step in labor protection. 358. The second step is the protection of the specially weak elements of the working class. This class does not consist solely of adult males. It contains also old men, young people, and women of various age. It is obvious that the power of resisting harmful conditions varies in different sections of the working class. What can be done easily and without any danger to health by a full-grown man may be extremely injurious to a woman, and absolutely dangerous to a half-grown child. Consider, for instance, the carrying of heavy weights. Women, moreover, require special protection at certain periods of life, during pregnancy, childbirth, and lactation. In these matters specific measures are essential. This is the field of women's protection and child protection. Thirdly and lastly, a matter of great importance is the technical and sanitary organization of factories and workshops. A great deal can be done, and still remains to be done, in the prevention of accidents, in the avoidance of noxious influences arising out of the work of production, in the general improvement of working conditions. Among bad conditions we think especially of dust, insufficient lighting, cold, drafts, dirt, etc. The foregoing are the three main fields of labor protection. 129. What has been done in Russia as regards labor protection? The dictatorship of the proletariat has created conditions which make it possible to carry out in full the demands which have been put forward by all the socialist parties. In this matter, no legislature in the world can boast of legislation like that of the Soviet Republic. Our troubles, of which we have plenty, though they are diminishing, do not arise from bad laws, but from the fact that we have too little of many things, and that there is an absolute lack of certain essentials. The dearth, as we have seen, is due to the struggle 359 carried on against us by world imperialism, and also to the imperialist war which the enemies of the working class have been waging among themselves. Speaking generally, when we sum up what the Soviet Republic has done in the way of labor protection, and when we study the laws of the Soviet Republic, we derive the following picture. A. The limitation of working hours. In this matter the Soviet power has carried various measures into effect. 1. We have at length realized the 8-hour day, confirming this by law, a step which the coalition government sedulously avoided, and there is a 6-hour working day for mental workers and for those working in offices. 2. Overtime is as a rule prohibited. It is permitted only to a limited extent in exceptional instances, and is paid at the rate of time and a half. 3. In specially injurious trades the working hours are further reduced. Tobacco workers are employed for 7 hours a day, gas workers, for 6. 4. A normal 42-hour weekly rest has been established, and for this purpose the Saturday hours have everywhere been reduced to 6. Any workers who are unable to stop work on Sunday can rest on some other day of the week. 5. Once a year, every worker enjoys a holiday on full pay. The legally specified holiday is 1 month, but in the present difficult times, autumn, 1919, it has been reduced to a fortnight. 6. In especially injurious trades, and in the case of adolescents who are going to land colonies, a supplementary holiday of a fortnight is given. B. Protection of women's labor and child labor. 1. As a rule, women must not work at night and must 360 not work overtime. They may not be hired by the job. 2. Children under 16 may not be engaged in industry. They are gradually being removed from the industrial field, in the first instance from all injurious trades, those who are withdrawn from industry are given material support and are sent to school. 3 children under 16 who still remain at work are employed for only 4 hours daily. Young people from 16 to 18 have a working day of 6 hours. 4. Overtime, night work, and jobbing work are prohibited in the case of all persons under the age of 18. For the protection of motherhood, the following laws have been promulgated. 1. In pregnancy and childbirth, all women, whether women actually engaged in industry or the wives of workers, receive an allowance throughout the period in which work is discontinued on account of pregnancy and childbirth. This allowance is equivalent to a full working wage. 2. Pregnant women engaged in physical work receive this allowance for 8 weeks before delivery. Mental workers and office employees receive it for 6 weeks before delivery. 3. After childbirth, the allowance is continued respectively for 8 weeks and 6 weeks. 4. Nursing mothers engaged in industry have half an hour's leave every 3 hours. 5. All mothers receive a supplementary allowance of 24 rubles a day for the feeding of the child for a period of 9 months after birth. In addition, they receive a lump sum of 720 rubles for the child's outfit. In all these measures, which have already been carried into effect, there are certain divergences from the Code of Labor laws. These divergences take the following form. In 361 exceptional circumstances, overtime is permitted, upon a number of days which is not to exceed 50 per annum in all. Children at ages from 14 to 16 may work in industry for hours not exceeding 4 per day. The month's holiday has been temporarily reduced to a fortnight. The duration of night work has been increased to 7 hours. All these divergences have been necessitated by the extremely critical situation in which the Soviet Republic has been placed by the brutal attack of all the imperialist powers. C. Technical and sanitary organization of the factories. The following measures have been instituted. 1. A number of compulsory rules have been issued concerning technical measures for safety at work, concerning general sanitation, and concerning occupational hygiene. All these aim at a notable improvement of the working conditions in the factories and workshops. 2. In all injurious branches of production, arrangements have been made to provide special clothing which shall protect the worker from dust, gases, damp, etc. 3. All the workers are provided with overalls, which belong to the works, and are to be used by the worker during working hours only. 4. To supervise the actual carrying out of all labor protection measures, a system of labor inspection has been founded, elected by general conferences of the workers. In the case of individual trades characterized by peculiar working conditions, and in the case of trades, such as transport, the building trade, and agriculture, in which from the nature of the occupation the workers are peculiarly disintegrated, special committees for labor inspection are elected by the respective trade unions. The figures relating to the personnel of the new inspectors show the extent to which the workers are themselves participating in this matter. Down to August 1. 362 1919, 58°5 per cent of all the inspectors were manual workers. The real proportion was probably higher, for in the case of a good many of the inspectors the previous occupation was not stated. Among all the inspectors whose previous occupation is recorded, the proportion of those stated to have been manual workers is 62:5 per cent, and the proportion of those stated to have been employees is 15°5%. Thus the manual workers and the employees together comprise 88% of all those whose occupation is stated. The following table gives details down to August 1, 1919, showing the distribution of inspectors according to previous occupation. In comparison with the previous half year, the number of manual workers has increased, 58°5% as against 47%, or 62°5 per cent of all whose occupations were stated, as against 60%. The percentage of masters and technicians was practically unchanged, 10 as against 11. There was a notable increase in the number of employees, 18:5 per cent as against 8%. Relatively, the number of the students declined from 6% to 2%, absolutely. The number of students was only one half in the second half year of what it had been in the first half year. The other figures were practically unchanged. There thus originated in Russia a genuine workers' inspection, which merited the name in respect of its personnel no less than in respect of its aims. Nevertheless, in the matter of labor protection much still remains to be done in the factories. In the enormous majority of cases the working conditions are still abominable, especially in the more backward forms of enterprise, where the workers are still uncultured and badly organized. In such dark corners everything is much as it was in the old days. Often enough, indeed, it is impossible to undertake the necessary improvements at present, since these would need an entirely new installation and complete reorganization. However, a great deal can be done even without these extensive changes, if only larger and yet larger sections of the masses become interested in the improvement of working conditions. 130. What is social welfare work? The capitalist system, as we have seen, aims at the extraction of profit from the working class. Wage workers, proletarians, were simply means of enrichment for the capitalist. When these living tools were worn out, when they had become unprofitable or superfluous, they were ruthlessly thrown away like a squeezed lemon or an eggshell. The miseries of unemployment, illness, old age, mutilation, were nothing to the capitalist, who would jettison huge masses of persons without even trying to help them or would help only the most devoted among their trusty servants, those from whom all the vital juices had already been sucked. In the Soviet Republic the workers and the poor peasants are not the objects of exploitation. But it does not follow from this that there is not widespread poverty in the 364 country. In Russia, perpetually harassed by its enemies, blockaded on all sides, cut off from its supplies of coal, petroleum, and raw materials, there is a terrible amount of poverty. It is no longer because the capitalist throws the workers out of the factories, but because the factories have to be closed for lack of fuel and raw material. Hence there is unemployment. It is not the unemployment of the old kind, it arises from very different causes, but it exists. As a legacy from the imperialist war we have invalids and cripples, we have the numerous victims of the counter-revolution, we have the aged, the sick, and the children. For all these helpless persons care is needed, and they are all a source of expense. The workers' government does not look upon the help which it gives them as a gift, an alms, or a benefaction. The workers' state makes their support its primary duty, above all in the case of those who are invalid from the army of labor or from the Red Army. Our ultimate aim is to bring about the existence of a state of society in which all persons who for one reason or another have lost the capacity for work, all those who are unable to work, shall have assured support. We must ensure that old people shall enjoy a peaceful old age in which they will be provided with all the comforts of life, that children shall have everything suitable to their requirements, that invalids and cripples shall be able to live in the circumstances most appropriate to their condition, that those who are wearied and overworked shall be placed in curative surroundings, where they will receive all the care that used to be given to the wealthy bourgeois who were ailing, that no one shall any longer be perpetually harassed with anticipations of hard times. Today, of course, we are very far from having achieved anything like this. Thanks to the international robbers, our country is utterly impoverished. We lack the most ordinary requirements, such as drugs. The imperialists will not allow us to import them, they continue the blockade. But one thing at least cannot be denied. The Soviet power spares nothing in the attempt to provide help and care for those who are unable to work. 365. 131. The chief provinces of social welfare work. There are two main departments of social welfare work. First of all there is the care for those persons who happen to be unemployed or who have lost their capacity for work while actually following their occupation, mental or manual. To this category belong cases of transient incapacity due to illness, accident, pregnancy, childbirth, and cases of permanent incapacity, due to a premature breakdown in health, old age, chronic infirmity, etc. Secondly, there is the care for persons who have sustained an accident or have lost the capacity for work while not actually engaged in work, while not employed in production. To this category belong those who were invalid during the imperialist war, men who were wounded while serving in the Red Army, the families of these Red soldiers, the victims of the counter-revolution, or of natural catastrophes and misfortunes, conflagrations, floods, epidemic disease, etc. We also have to care for those who have been unfit for work through conditions operative in the old order of society, the victims of the shameful social conditions that then prevailed. To this category belong professional beggars, the homeless and shelterless, mental defectives, etc. Moreover, in case of death, help must be given to the family of the deceased. The number of persons thus requiring care is enormous. Those of the first category, who are unemployed or who have lost the capacity for work but are in one way or another connected with the field of production, are the concern of the Commissariat for Labor, which is actually under the control of the trade unions. Those of the second category are the concern of the Commissariat for Social Welfare. 132. Social welfare work in Russia. Considering its activities as a whole, the Soviet power, 366 in its welfare work, has achieved for the workers in the case of all kinds of incapacity for work, including unemployment, what has been achieved nowhere else in the world. Herc is a list of the measures which apply to persons of the first category. 1. All persons living by wage labor are exempt from any expenditure for social insurance. 2. Entrepreneurs are completely excluded from the work of organizing social welfare and labor protection. All the instruments of this work are based upon the representation of labor organizations. 3. Social welfare benefits apply to all cases of loss of capacity for work and to all cases of unemployment. 4. Social welfare benefits apply to members of a worker's family in case of any worker's death. 5. Allowances are given at the full rate of a worker's earnings in cases of illness, accident, quarantine, and other causes of temporary incapacity for work. 6. A life pension of 1,800 rubles per month, in Moscow City, is payable to all who are permanently incapacitated for work, irrespective of the cause of the incapacity, whether old age, crippling, occupational disease, etc., and regardless of the number of years of work. 7. An allowance for funeral expenses amounting to 0.1440 rubles is made in the case of every worker, and for every member of a worker's family a similar allowance is made, ranging from 400 to 800 rubles according to age. 8. In case of a worker's death, the family receives a life pension ranging up to 1,200 rubles per month, in Moscow City, the amount varying in accordance with the size of the family. 9. For the better determination of questions 367 concerning the amount of these allowances, special workers' committees are appointed in connection with the departments for labor, and these committees will determine the pensions and allowances. 10. In all the provinces, medical boards shall be established under the chairmanship of workers, and these boards shall decide in each case the degree of incapacity. 11. In all the counties, special committees are to be appointed under the chairmanship of workers. These committees will supervise the treatment of sick workers and will exercise a general control. 12. To bring the system of welfare benefits into closer contact with all places where there are workers, centers are to be established for the receipt of applications for allowances and pensions and for the payment of the same. In large-scale enterprises, the allowances will be paid through the said enterprises. 13. There is no time limit for the payment of allowances. In case of illness, the allowance will be paid until health is restored. In case of permanent incapacity for work, the allowance will continue till death. 14. Social welfare benefit will be paid to all persons without exception who live by wage labor, and will be extended to home workers, independent artisans, and peasants. 15. For the second half of the year 1919 the Soviet Republic assigned a sum of 5 milliards of rubles for the social welfare benefits of workers and employees. As far as concerns the second category of those who receive social welfare benefit, the most important benefit is that paid to the families of soldiers in the Red Army and to the Red soldiers themselves. An invalid Red soldier who has completely lost the capacity for work, to the extent of more than 60%, or 368 receives a pension corresponding to the average wage of the locality where he lives. The pension decreases proportionally to a decrease in the degree of incapacity for work. In 15 to 80% or incapacity, the ex-soldier's pension is one-third of the customary wage. The land of a Red soldier must be tilled and his farm must be properly supplied with seed. His family must receive a ration which is proportional to the number of the members of his family who are unable to work. The family of a Red soldier lives rent-free and receives a supplementary food card. In the event of the death of a Red soldier, such members of his family as are unable to work and as are unprovided for by social welfare benefit will receive a pension amounting to 60% of the customary local wage for one person incapacitated for work, and a full wage for 3 or more persons incapacitated for work, etc., etc. In the payment of allowances to the families of Red soldiers, there was expended during the first half of 1919 a sum of 1,200,000,000 rubles. The estimates for this expenditure for the second half of the same year were 8,500,000,000 rubles. According to the reports of Comrade Vinokurov, in the autumn of 1919 the families of 4,500,000 Red soldiers were receiving allowances. In addition, between July 4 and December 1, 1919, there was paid to the provinces a sum of more than 2.5 milliards of rubles. There was assigned in aid of agriculture 200 million rubles, to housing, 150 million rubles, to pensions for Red soldiers, 100 million rubles, to allowances to those invalid from the war, 168 million rubles. One of the main defects of our social welfare work is the bad functioning of the apparatus. There is no proper record of the persons in receipt of benefit, the assignment of funds to the various localities is faulty, there is much waste of time in the sub-departments of the Commissariat for Social Welfare, and so on. It is absolutely essential that our party should devote itself to the better organization of these matters. 369-133. Other measures for the improvement of the condition of the working class. In addition to the measures previously enumerated, several other measures prescribed in the Code of Labor Laws are of great importance to the condition of the working class. These measures are directly associated with the fact that the proletariat has become the ruling class, and they are therefore more comprehensive than the demands which used to be incorporated in the programs of the socialist parties. They may be summarized under 3 heads. 1. The participation of the labor organizations in the decision of questions relating to the engagement or discharge of workers. These matters are referred to the factory and workshop committees and to the workers' factory administrations. 2. The state regulation of wages. The most interesting matter in this connection is that the rates of pay are elaborated by the trade unions and are submitted to the Commissariat for Labor, which itself is actually composed of representatives of the trade unions. 3. The compulsory search for work for the unemployed by special departments of the Soviets and trade unions, the so-called departments for the distribution and registration of labor power. All these measures are intimately connected with the dominant position of the labor organizations and of the trade unions in particular. 134. Farther tasks of the party. The most important of all the duties of our party is to ensure the completest and most extensive realization of the decrees and decisions of the Soviet power. In many cases this practical realization of a decree is lacking, it exists on 370 paper, but there is nothing corresponding to it in real life. The complete, precise, and accurate realization of all decrees and decisions will be mainly secured by the correct functioning of an organizatory apparatus, wherein the center is properly connected with the local organs, and wherein the local organs are properly connected with the center whence the whole machine is run. This in its turn is only possible insofar as the masses themselves can be induced to participate in the work. Hence it is necessary to adopt the following measures. 1. The work of organizing and extending labor inspection must be actively taken in hand. New forces drawn from among the workers themselves must be continually flowing into this branch of activity. No one can know better than the actual workers, who are practically acquainted with labor conditions, wherein these conditions are faulty, and no one is more competent than they to recommend practical improvements. 2. Labor inspection must be extended to the fields of small-scale production and home industry. In such matters these branches of industry have always been ignored, although it is precisely here that the most abominable working conditions prevail. Inspection by the workers ought to be of great help in these fields. 3. Labor protection must be extended to all branches of work, including the building trade, land and water transport, domestic service, and agriculture. These branches of labor, in which the workers are disintegrated by the very conditions of their work, and in which the trade union organization of labor is therefore very difficult, must be included within the general system. 4. Industrial and agricultural labor must be absolutely prohibited during childhood, and there must be a further reduction of the working day in the case of young persons. The 8-hour day, which is at present the standard 371 for labor protection, is far from being regarded by our party as the limit in this matter of the reduction of working hours. In fact, there is no precise limit. Everything depends upon the productivity of labor. At the present time, owing to the general decline in productive powers, and owing to the continued disorganization, the working hours cannot as a general rule be less than 8. Often enough, this depends upon the military situation, etc., the working day has to exceed the 8-hour standard. But at the first opportunity we must establish a 6-hour day as the normal standard, applying to all workers the 6-hour regulation which already applies to the employees a very large number of persons. On the other hand, in order to increase production, and in order to secure a continuous improvement in the quality of work, it has proved advantageous to introduce a system of payment which promotes emulation. The general tasks of social welfare work will nowise be undertaken by the party in the spirit of the charity-monger or in a way which will encourage parasitism and idleness. It is the simple duty of the proletarian power to give help where it is needed, just as it is the duty of the proletarian power to facilitate for persons who have been demoralized by bad social conditions the return to a working life. Literature. Carry-on, Labor Protection and its Methods, Mariutin, On the Road to the Bright Future of Communism. He.Rare, The Proletarian Revolution and the Social Welfare of the Workers. Press, What is Social Technique? Articles in Vestnik Truda, the Labor Herald, and in the publications of the Commissariat for Social Welfare. Hansi Mann, The Premium System in the Metallurgical Industry. 372. Chapter 19. Public Hygiene. 135. The Need for the Special Protection of Public Health. 136. The Nationalization of Medical Institutions. 137. The Labor Duty of Medical Workers. 138. Immediate task in the domain of public hygiene. 135. The need for the special protection of public health. Under capitalism, the workers have always been compelled to live in unclean quarters of the towns, where epidemic disease is rife. It was only owing to the dread that they themselves would suffer from these epidemics, that the capitalists introduced certain measures to improve the sanitation of the areas in which their wage slaves dwelt. As early as 1784 the British Parliament manifested its liberal sentiments and began to concern itself about the workers. The reason for this activity was the report of a special parliamentary committee which had ascertained that a terrible epidemic of typhus had originated in the factories. Capitalism was only interested in the protection of public health in so far as this was necessary for its own safety. As an outcome of the imperialist war, the condition of the great masses of the workers has changed considerably for the worse. The general circumstances, hunger, cold, etc., have given rise to devastating epidemics, causing widespread mortality, to successive outbreaks of cholera, typhus, and a new disease known as Spanish influenza. The last named 373 illness manifestly had a close connection with the war. People's constitutions, exhausted and shattered, had no power to resist the germs of this disease. Everywhere the mortality was unprecedentedly high, so that the epidemic had a truly catastrophic character. The war left another legacy, an extraordinary diffusion of venereal diseases, and notably of syphilis. Vast numbers of the soldiers became infected with this disease, and then, returning home, introduced it into their villages. Never have venereal diseases been so widespread as they are today. All these evils make it essential that we should be specially active on behalf of the protection of public health. Of course, in addition to the measures specifically classed under the head of hygiene, there are many other ways of carrying on the campaign against disease. For example, the solution of the housing problem is of immense importance. With the improvement of the workers' dwellings, numerous foci of epidemic illness will be destroyed. No less important is labor protection. Everyone will understand how much depends upon the food supply, upon the nutritive circumstances of the population. But attention to these matters will not relieve us from the necessity of undertaking special hygienic measures, which must be applied on the grand scale. Today, when we are in a very bad position as regards the most elementary requisites for a healthy life, we must grasp at every available means of assistance in our struggle with the evil. Hence arises the urgent need for a special department of social work, the urgent need for measures for the protection of public health. 374-136. The nationalization of medical institutions. Capitalist society had at its disposal a capitalistically organized system of medical work. Private hospitals and lunatic asylums, private health resorts, sanatoria, hydropathics, chemists' shops, electrotherapeutic, radiotherapeutic, and various other curative institutions, were organized on a profit-making basis. The major proportion of these comprised places for the cure of obesity, gout, and other aristocratic complaints. They were, that is to say, intended for the cure of diseases peculiar to the dominant classes of capitalist society. Workers could not visit the fashionable health resorts, nor were there any working-class invalids in the sanatoria. The business of the retail chemists was in like manner pursued as a source of profit. Economically considered, all these establishments were on precisely the same footing as any other profit-making enterprise. It was therefore necessary to transform them from instruments for filling capitalists' purses into instruments for the service of the workers. The first step in this direction was the nationalization of all such enterprises. 137. The labor duty of medical workers. The great prevalence of epidemic diseases and the need for prompt measures to prevent their spread led to the consideration of the possibility of a purposive, organized, and extensive campaign in this direction. Since the number of available workers was comparatively small, the urgent need for their scheduling and mobilization in this campaign against epidemics became immediately and spontaneously apparent. Thanks to these measures, thanks to the full utilization of practically all the available medical strength from the most distinguished professors down to the first-year students and the surgeon's assistants, it proved possible to get the better of the menacing epidemics cholera and typhus. 375 Labor duty for medical workers has, however, a greater significance than that merely of firemen's work. In association with the nationalization of all curative enterprises, it is one of the germs of the organized social sanitation and social hygiene of the future. 138. Immediate tasks in the domain of public hygiene. Our work is rendered extremely difficult owing to the terrible dearth of many of the most ordinary essentials, proper food for use in the hospitals, drugs and instruments, etc. In so far as the Communist Party is able to intervene actively in public health work, there are three main provinces for such activity. The first essential is the resolute enforcement of broadly conceived sanitary measures. Attention must be given to the sanitary condition of all places of public resort. Many epidemics arise from the contamination of the water supply, from badly kept street gullies and storm water pipes, middens and manure heaps, cesspools, closets, and so forth. The protection of earth, air, and water is the first requisite for public health. To the same category of measures belongs the organization of communal kitchens and of the food supply generally upon a scientific and hygienic foundation. Owing to the scarcity of provisions, this task has hitherto been extremely difficult to fulfill, but it is already within our competence to ensure that the food shall be hygienically prepared in the communal kitchens, the children's kitchens, the hospitals, and all other public institutions. It is further necessary to organize measures to prevent the spread of epidemic diseases of a contagious character. This will be secured by the sanitary inspection of institutions, private houses, and schools, by the filtration of water, by the organization of depots for the provision of boiled water, by disinfection, by the obligatory sterilization of wearing apparel, etc. 376. The second essential is that there should be a carefully planned campaign against the so-called social diseases, that is to say against those diseases which affect masses of people and are brought about by social causes. 3 diseases, above all, come within this category. First, tuberculosis, which is dependent upon bad working conditions. Secondly, venereal disease, whose present wide diffusion is mainly the outcome of the war. Thirdly, alcoholism. This partly arises from brutalization, depression, and sordid surroundings, and it is partly due to parasitic degeneration. These diseases do not merely concern the adults who suffer from them, they exercise a disastrous influence upon the offspring. Humanity is gravely endangered by these influences, and above all because today their evil effects are exceptionally great owing to the prevalent condition of exhaustion. Thirdly and lastly, it is of the utmost importance that the whole population should be able to secure gratuitous medical advice and treatment. Our main difficulty at present is due to the absolute lack of drugs. This dearth is not so much the result of the disorganization of production in Russia as the result of the blockade. The humane Allies hope to crush us, not only by cutting us off from access to raw materials and fuel, not only by the bony hand of hunger, but also by epidemic disease. This brings us back to our general struggle with world imperialism. Literature. Semasekso, The Elements of Soviet Medical Science. Leondemann, The Struggle with Typhus Symposium, a year's work of the Commissariat for Public Hygiene. 377. Program of the Communist Party of Russia. Adopted at the 8th Party Congress, held March 18 to 28, 1919. 1-5. Tuesday, November Revolution, October 25, Old Style, November 7, New Style, 1917. In Russia, realized the dictatorship of the proletariat, which began to build the foundations of communist society, with the aid of the poor peasants or the semi-proletariat. The development of the revolution in Germany and Austria-Hungary, the growth of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat in all advanced lands, the spread of the Soviet form of that movement, the form which aimed directly at realizing the dictatorship of the proletariat, these things combined to show that the CRA of the worldwide proletarian communist revolution had begun. This revolution was the inevitable result of the development of capitalism, which had hitherto been dominant in the majority of civilized countries. If we ignore the misleading designation of the party as social democratic, and use instead the word communist, our old program accurately characterized in the following theses the nature of capitalism and of bourgeois society. 6-13. As the chief characteristic of this society, we have commodity production upon the foundation of capitalist productive relationships, in accordance with which the most important and significant part of the means of the production and distribution of commodities is owned by a comparatively small class of persons, whole creus the great majority of the 378 population consists of proletarians and semi-proletarians compelled by their economic position to sell their labor power permanently or from time to time, compelled, that is to say, to become wage workers in the service of the capitalists, and to create by their jabur the income of the higher classes of society. 14. The domain of capitalist productive relationships continually extends in proportion to the continued improvement of technique, which increases the economic importance of large-scale enterprises, and leads to the crushing out of petty independent producers, converting some of them into proletarians, restricting the role of the remainder in social and economic life, and in many places making them more or less completely, more or less obviously, more or less miserably the dependents of capital. 15. Moreover, this technical progress enables the entrepreneurs, to an increasing extent, to apply the labor of women and children to the process of producing and distributing commodities. In like measure, on the other hand, it leads to a comparative restriction of the demand on the part of the entrepreneurs for the living labor of the workers, so that the demand for labor power is necessarily inferior to the supply. Hence arise, first, an increase in the dependence of wage labor upon capital, and, secondly, a rise in the rate of exploitation. 16. This state of affairs in capitalist countries, and the continued intensification of their competition in the world market, give rise to more and more difficulty in disposing of the commodities which are produced in continually increasing quantities. Overproduction, manifesting itself in more or less acute crises of production which are followed by more or less prolonged periods of stagnation, is the inevitable outcome of the development of productive strength in bourgeois society. Crises, and periods in which production is stagnant, lead, in their turn, to the more and more widespread ruin of the small producers, increase the dependence of wage labor upon capita, and give rise all the more speedily to a comparative or 379 absolute worsening of the position of the working class. 17. In this manner, the improvement in technique, leading to an increase in the productivity of labor and to an increase in social wealth, entails in bourgeois society an increase in social inequality, a widening of the chasm between the haves and the have-nots, an increase in the insecurity of life, in unemployment and in various kinds of deprivation for wider and wider circles among the laboring masses. 18. In proportion as the contradictions peculiar to bourgeois society grow and develop, so also does there increase the discontent of the toiling and exploited masses with the existing order of things, and so also do there increase the number and the solidarity of the proletarians and the intensity of their struggle with the exploiters. At the same time the advance of technique, concentrating the means of production and distribution and socializing the labor process in capitalist undertakings, creates with greater and greater speed the material possibilities for the transformation of capitalist into communist productive relationships. It creates, that is to say, the social revolution, which takes as its final aim all the activities of the international communist parties, regarded as conscious expressions of the class movement. 19-22. Transforming private ownership of the means of production and distribution into social ownership, and leading to the purposive organization of the social productive process for the safeguarding of the prosperity and the many-sided development of all the members of society. The social revolution of the proletariat puts an end to the division of society into classes, and thereby liberates the whole of oppressed mankind, thus abolishing all forms of exploitation of one section of society by another. 23 and 24. A necessary condition for this social revolution is the dictatorship of the proletariat, this meaning the conquest by the proletariat of such a degree of political power as will enable it to crush the resistance of the exploiters. 25. Determining to make the proletariat capable of fulfilling 380 its great historic mission, the International Communist Party organizes the proletariat into an independent political party, opposed to all the bourgeois parties, leads the workers in all the manifestations of the class struggle, reveals to the exploited the irreconcilable conflict of interests between themselves and the exploiters, and explains to the proletariat the historical significance and the necessary conditions of the imminent social revolution. At the same time, the party reveals to the other sections of the toiling and exploited masses the hopelessness of their condition in capitalist society, and shows them that the social revolution is indispensable in order that they may secure their own deliverance from the yoke of capital. The party of the working class, the Communist Party, summons to its ranks all strata of the toiling and exploited population in so far as they have accepted the proletarian outlook. 26-28. The process of the concentration and centralization of capital, destroying free competition, led in the beginning of the 20th century to the creation of powerful, monopolist, capitalist combined syndicates, cartels, and trusts which acquired a decisive significance in economic life. It led also to the amalgamation of banking capital with highly concentrated industrial capital, and to the vigorous export of capital into foreign lands. Trusts comprising whole groups of capitalist powers began the economic partition of the world, which had already been partitioned territorially among the richer countries. This epoch of financial capital, inevitably intensifying the struggle between the capitalist states, is the epoch of imperialism. 29 and 30. Hence inevitably arise imperialist wars, wars for markets, for spheres for the investment of capital, for raw materials, and for labor power, that is to say, wars for world dominion and for power over small and weak nations. Such was the first great imperialist war of 1914 to 1918. 31. The vast development of world capitalism, the change from a system of free competition to a system in which monopolist capitalism was dominant, the creation by the banks, and also by the capitalist combines, of an apparatus 381 for the joint regulation of the process of the production and distribution of commodities, the rise in the cost of living, the oppression of the workers by the employers' syndicates, the enslavement of the working class by the imperialist state, the colossal difficulties facing the proletariat in its economic and political struggle, phenomena inevitably associated with the growth of capitalist monopoly, the miseries, the poverty, and the ruin which issued from the imperialist war. All these things have inevitably contributed to the collapse of capitalism and to the transition to a higher type of social economy. 32. The imperialist war could not end in a just peace or even in any sort of stable peace between the bourgeois governments. At the stage of development which capitalism has now reached, this war must inevitably be transformed, and is being transformed under our very eyes, into a civil war between the exploited and toiling masses, led by the proletariat, and the bourgeoisie. 33 and 34. The vigorous onslaught made by the proletariat, and the victories secured by the workers in various lands, have intensified the resistance of the exploiters, and have led to the creation of new forms of international union among the capitalists, the League of Nations, etc., these, organizing upon a world scale, by the systematic exploitation of all the peoples of the globe, and concentrating their forces, aim at the direct crushing of the proletarian movement in all lands. All this inevitably leads to the conjuncture of civil wars within the individual states, with revolutionary wars, waged in part by the proletarian states that are defending themselves against capitalist attack, and in part by the oppressed peoples that are endeavoring to throw off the yoke of the imperialist powers. In these circumstances, the watchwords of pacifism, international disarmament under capitalism, the founding of courts of arbitration, etc., are something worse than reactionary utopism. They are a direct fraud upon the workers. 382 Aiming at the disarmament of the proletariat and at diverting it from the task of disarming the exploiters. Nothing but the proletarian, the communist revolution can lead humanity out of the blind alley in which it has been placed by imperialism and imperialist wars. However great the difficulties in the way of the revolution, whatever temporary defeats it may sustain, however high the waves of the counter-revolution, the ultimate victory of the proletariat is assured. 35. To bring about the victory of the worldwide proletarian revolution, it is essential that there should be absolute and mutual trust, the most intimate brotherly alliance, and the highest possible cohesion of the revolutionary activities of the working class in the more advanced lands. These conditions cannot be realized without making it a matter of principle to break off relations with and to wage a pitiless struggle against that bourgeois perversion of socialism which is dominant in the leading official social democracy and socialist parties. 36 to 38. In this perversion there is displayed, on the one hand, the trend of opportunism and jingo socialism, of that which calls itself socialism but is in fact jingoism, the mask of those who defend the predatory interests of their own national bourgeoisie under color of the false watchword of the defense of the fatherland, a watchword applied both generally, and specifically to the imperialist war of 1914 to 1918. This trend originated because the seizure of colonies and the oppression of weak nations by the advanced capitalist states has enabled the bourgeoisies of these countries, out of the vast gains which have accrued from such plunderings, to offer a privileged position to the more highly skilled members of the proletariat, and thus in effect to buy them in peacetime by giving them an advantageous petty bourgeois status. At the same time the bourgeoisie takes into its service the leaders of this stratum. The opportunists and the jingo socialists, having become the servants of the bourgeoisie, are the direct class enemies of the proletariat, especially today, when in Alliance 383 with the capitalists they are endeavoring by force of arms to crush the revolutionary movement of the proletariat in their own and in other lands. 39. On the other hand, concurrently with the growth of this bourgeois perversion of socialism, there appears the centrist trend, which manifests itself in like manner in all capitalist countries. The center seesaws between the jingo socialists and the communists, maintaining its union with the former, and endeavoring to reconstruct the bankrupt Second International. 40. As leader in the struggle of the proletariat for emancipation, there is only the new, the third, the Communist International, to the ranks of which belongs the Russian Communist Party. This international has in fact been created by the organization of communist parties out of the genuinely proletarian elements among the socialist parties in various countries, and especially Germany. It was formally constituted in March, 1919, and its first session was held in Moscow. The Communist International, receiving more and more support from the proletarian masses in all lands, has returned to Marxism not merely in the name it has adopted, but also in its ideological and political tenets, and in all its activities it realizes the revolutionary teaching of Marx, cleansed of bourgeois opportunist perversions. 41-45. Concretely realizing the tasks of the proletarian dictatorship as applied to Russia, a land whose most notable peculiarity is the numerical predominance of the petty bourgeois stratum of the population, the Russian Communist Party has defined these tasks in the following manner. General Politics. 46 and 47. A bourgeois republic, however democratic, hallowed by 46 and 47. The watchwords of the will of the people, the will of the whole nation, the will of all classes, inevitably expresses through the very fact that it is based upon the private ownership of the land and other means of 384 production, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, of a machine for the exploitation and oppression of the immense majority of the workers by the capitalist clique. In contrast with this, proletarian or Soviet democracy transforms the mass organizations of those who are oppressed by the capitalist class, of the proletarians and the semi-proletarians, the poor peasants, that is to say, of the immense majority of the population, into the permanent and unified foundation of the entire state apparatus, local and central, from the bottom to the top. Thereby the Soviet state realizes, among other things, in an immeasurably wider form than ever before, local self-government, without any sort of authority imposed from above. It is the task of our party to work indefatigably on behalf of the complete inauguration of that higher type of democracy which needs for its right functioning the continuous uplifting of the level of culture, organization, and initiative power of the masses. 48. In contrast with bourgeois democracy, which conceals the class character of the capitalist state, the Soviet power openly recognizes that every state will inevitably have a class character until the division of society into classes shall have completely disappeared, and therewith all state authority shall have vanished. The Soviet state, which by its very nature has led to the crushing of the resistance of the exploiters, and the Soviet constitution, which is based upon the idea that all freedom is a fraud in so far as it conflicts with the deliverance of labor from the yoke of capital, does not shrink from depriving the exploiters of political rights. Our party, the party of the proletariat, while inexorably crushing the resistance of the exploiters, and while fighting in the field of ideas against the deep-rooted prejudices in accordance with which bourgeois rights and freedoms are regarded as inviolable, must at the same time make it perfectly clear that the forfeiture of political rights, and whatever limitations may be imposed upon freedom, are necessary only as temporary measures to cope with the attempts of the exploiters to regain their privileges. Concurrently with the disappearance of the objective possibility of the exploitation of man by man, there will likewise disappear the need for these temporary measures. 385 And our party will aim at their restriction and ultimately at their complete abolition. 49. Bourgeois democracy is organized upon the basis of the formal diffusion of political rights and freedoms, for instance, the right of public meeting, the right of combination, the freedom of the press, all citizens being regarded as equal in these respects. But in actual fact, as concerns administrative practice, and above all in view of their economic slavery, under bourgeois democracy the workers have always stood in the rear ranks, and have been unable to any notable extent to realize these rights and freedoms. On the contrary, proletarian democracy, instead of formally proclaiming rights and freedoms, does in actual fact realize these rights and freedoms first of all and more than all for that very class of the population which was oppressed by capitalism, namely, for the proletariat and the peasantry. For this reason, the Soviet power confiscates the possessions of the bourgeoisie, i.e. its printing presses, stores of paper, etc., in order to place them entirely at the disposal of the workers and their organizations. The Russian Communist Party must induce wider and yet wider masses of the working population to avail themselves of democratic rights and freedoms, and it must enlarge the material possibilities in this direction. 50. Bourgeois democracy has repeatedly proclaimed the equality of individuals independently of sex, race, religion, and nationality, but capitalism has nowhere been able to realize this equality of rights in practice, and in its imperialistic phase it has brought about an extreme intensification of racial and national oppression. Simply for the reason that the Soviet power is the workers' power, it has been able completely and in all spheres of life to effect for the first time in the world the entire abolition of the last traces of the inequality of women in the spheres of conjugal and family rights. At the present moment, it is the task of our party to labor in the field of ideas and in the field of education preeminently to this end. 386 That it may effect the final destruction of all traces of former inequality and prejudice, especially among the backward strata of the proletariat and the peasantry. Not content to proclaim a formal equality of rights for women, the party endeavors to free them from the material burdens of the old domestic economy by substituting for that economy communal housing, communal dining rooms, central wash houses, crèches, etc. 51. The Soviet power secures for the working masses, to an incomparably greater extent than was secured for them under bourgeois democracy and parliamentarism, the power of carrying on the election and recall of delegates. This is made easy and accessible for the benefit of the workers and the peasants. Thus the Soviet power compensates the defects of the parliamentary system, especially the separation of the legislative and executive spheres characteristic of that system, the withdrawal of representative institutions from the masses, etc. The Soviet state likewise approximates the state apparatus to the masses in this way, that the electoral units of the state, the fundamental cells out of which it is constructed, no longer consist of territorial constituencies, but are now productive units, factories and workshops. Our party must concentrate its energies upon the task of bringing about a closer approximation between the instruments of power and the working masses, upon the basis of a clearer and fuller realization by these masses of democracy in practice, especially by promoting the responsibility and accountability of the persons chiefly concerned. 52. Whereas bourgeois democracy, in spite of its professions to the contrary, made of the army a tool of the well-to-do classes, detaching it from the working masses and setting it up against them, making it impossible or difficult for the soldier to exercise his political rights, the Soviet state brings the workers and the soldiers together in its organs, the Soviets, in which they have equal rights and identical interests. It is the 387 task of our party to safeguard and promote this union of the workers and the soldiers in the Soviets, and to strengthen the indissoluble unity of the armed forces with the organizations of the proletariat and semi-proletariat. 53. The industrial urban proletariat, comprising that portion of the toiling masses which is most highly concentrated, most united, most enlightened, and most perfectly tempered for the struggle, must be the leader in all revolutions. From the first, the proletariat assumed this role in the Soviets, and has continued to play the leading part throughout their development into organs of power. Our Soviet constitution reflects this, by assigning certain preferential rights to the industrial proletariat, as compared with the comparatively disunited petty bourgeois masses in the villages. Recognizing the temporary character of these privileges, which are historically dependent upon the difficulty of effecting the socialist organization of the villages, the Russian Communist Party must do its utmost, unerringly and systematically, to make a good use of this situation of the industrial proletariat. As a counterpoise to the narrow trade and craft interests which capitalism promoted among the workers, our party must effect a closer union between the vanguard of the workers, on the one hand, and the comparatively backward and disintegrated masses of the rural proletariat and semi-proletariat, together with the middle peasants, on the other. 54. Only thanks to the Soviet organization of the state was it possible for the proletarian revolution at a single blow to overthrow and raze to the ground the old state apparatus of the bourgeoisie, with its officialdom and its judicial machinery. However, the comparatively low cultural level of the masses, the lack of the requisite experience of administrative work in those who have been summoned by the masses to fill responsible posts, the need for providing exceptional inducements to experts of the old school whose services are needed in difficult matters, in conjunction with the withdrawal of the most advanced stratum of the urban workers, who 388 had to undertake war service, have led to a partial revival of bureaucracy within the Soviet system. Engaged in a decisive struggle with bureaucracy, the Russian Communist Party advocates the following measures for the complete eradication of this evil. 1. Every member of a Soviet must undertake some definite work in the administrative service. 2. There must be a continuous rotation among those who engage in such duties, so that each member shall in turn gain experience in every branch of administration. 3. By degrees, the whole working population must be induced to take turns in the administrative service. The complete and many-sided application of all these measures, which represent further steps along the road which the Paris Commune entered as a pioneer, in conjunction with the simplification of the function of administration when the workers shall have attained a higher cultural level, will lead to the disappearance of the state authority. The problem of nationality. Upon the question of nationality, the Russian Communist Party adopts the following theses, 55 to 57. 1. Of primary importance is the policy of uniting the proletarians and semi-proletarians of various nationalities in a joint revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the landlords and the bourgeoisie. 58. 2. In order to overcome the feelings of suspicion which the working masses in any oppressed land entertain towards the proletariat of the oppressor state, it is essential to annul any and every privilege on the part of any national group, to secure complete national equality, and to recognize that colonies and oppressed nationalities have a full right to 389 secede. 3. To secure these ends, the party recommends, as a transitional step towards complete union, a federative union of all the states which are organized on a Soviet basis. 4. With regard to the question, who is entitled to express the will of a nation to secede, the Russian Communist Party adopts the historical class point of view, taking into account the stage of historical developments which any particular nation happens to have reached, whether, for instance, it is passing from medievalism to bourgeois democracy, from bourgeois democracy to Soviet or proletarian democracy, etc. In each case, on the part of the proletariat of those nations which are or have been oppressor nations, it is necessary that there should be extreme discretion, and that the utmost consideration should be paid to the survival of national sentiments among the working masses of nations which have been oppressed or have been deprived of equal rights. Only by such a policy will it be possible to create conditions for the realization of a durable and amicable union between the diverse national elements of the international proletariat. This has been proved by the experience of the union with the various national Soviet republics adjacent to Soviet Russia. Military affairs. 61 and 62. As regards military affairs, the aims of the party are summed up in the following theses. 1. During the epoch when imperialism is breaking up and when the civil war rages, it is impossible to preserve the old army, and it is equally impossible to construct a new army upon a so-called non-class or whole-nation basis. The Red Army as the instrument of proletarian dictatorship must necessarily have a declared class character, that is to say, it must be exclusively composed of the proletariat and of the kindred semi-proletarian strata of the peasantry. Only when class has 390 completely disappeared, can such an army be transformed into a socialist militia comprising the whole people. 63. 2. It is essential that all members of the proletariat and semi-proletariat should receive military training, and that suitable military instruction should be given in the schools. 64 and 65. 3. The work of military training and instruction of the Red Army is effected upon a basis of class solidarity and socialist enlightenment. For this reason there must be political commissars, appointed from among trusty and self-denying communists, to cooperate with the military staff, and all the communist groups must be inspired with ideas of unity and self-imposed discipline. 66. 4. To counteract the system of the old army, the following measures are requisite. The period of barrack life must be reduced to the utmost, the barracks must be assimilated to the type of military and politico-military schools, there must be the closest possible association between the military units and the factories, workshops, trade unions, and poor peasants' organizations. 67. 5. The requisite solidarity and stability can only be supplied to the young revolutionary army by means of an officer's staff composed of class-conscious workers and peasants, appointed only as subalterns at the outset. Obviously, therefore, one of the most important tasks in the creation of the Red Army is to prepare for the duties of commanding officers those soldiers who are peculiarly capable and energetic and whose devotion to the cause of socialism is exceptionally ardent. 6. We must make the widest possible practical use of the operative and technical experience gained during the World War. In the fulfillment of this aim we must attract to the work of organizing the army and to its effective leadership the military experts who were trained in the schools of the old army. But a necessary condition of the employment of such experts is that the political leadership of the army and the effective control of the military staff shall be concentrated in the hands of the 391 working class. 68. 7. The demand for the election of officers, which had great importance as a matter of principle in relation to the bourgeois army whose commanders were especially trained as an apparatus for the class subjugation of the common soldiers, and, through the instrumentality of the common soldiers, the subjugation of the toiling masses, ceases to have any significance as a matter of principle in relation to the class army of the workers and peasants. A possible combination of election with appointment from above may be expedient for the revolutionary class army simply on practical grounds. Whether this is so or not depends upon the cultural level of the military units, upon the degree of solidarity among the sections of the army, upon the efficiency of the commanding cadres, and upon similar considerations. Proletarian justice. 70 and 71. Taking into its hands all the powers of the bourgeois state, and sweeping away the instruments of that state without leaving any vestiges, sweeping away the law courts of the old order together with the bourgeois democratic formula election of the judges by the people, proletarian democracy issued the class watchword election of judges from among the workers and by the workers alone. It applied this watchword throughout the administration of justice, and at the same time equalized the rights of the two sexes both in the matter of the election of judges and in the matter of compulsory jury service. In order to enroll for the administration of justice the widest possible masses of the proletariat and the poor peasantry, it was arranged that there should participate in the courts judge assessors jurors, continually changed at brief intervals, and it was stipulated that jury lists should be drawn up, showing the membership of the mass organizations of the workers, the trade unions, etc. 392, 72 and 73. Having created a unified popular law court in place of the unending series of former courts in the social order which had been swept away, the system of higher and lower courts in various grades, the Soviet power constructed its own judicial system, making it easily accessible to the population, and putting an end to all delays in the administration of justice. Having annulled the laws of the overthrown administration, the Soviet power left to the elected Soviet courts the realization of the will of the proletariat and the practical enforcement of its decrees. In cases which are not provided for by the decrees, or to which the decrees are not wholly applicable, the courts are to be guided by a socialist sense of equity. 74. In the domain of penal justice, courts organized in this fashion have already effected a radical change in the character of punishment, realizing in a large measure the conditional sentence, introducing social censure as a penal method, substituting compulsory labor while the offender remains at large for the deprivation of liberty, substituting educational establishments for prisons, and making it possible to realize as a practical measure the institution of comradely courts of law. 75. The Russian Communist Party, looking forward to the further development of justice along this road, must endeavor to secure that the whole working population shall participate by turns in the discharge of judicial duties, and that the penal system shall ultimately be transformed into a system of measures of an educative character. Education. 76 and 77. In the domain of popular education, the Russian Communist Party has accepted as its task the completion of the work begun by the November Revolution of 1917, the transformation of the school so that from being an 393 organ for maintaining the class dominion of the bourgeoisie, it shall become an organ for the complete abolition of the division of society into classes, an organ for the communist regeneration of society. 78. In the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, that is to say, in the period when the conditions are being prepared which shall make it possible to achieve the complete realization of communism, the school must be not merely a means for the conveyance of the principles of communism generally, but a means for the conveyance of the ideology and of the organizational and educational influence of the proletariat to the semi-proletarian and the non-proletarian strata of the working masses, to the end that there shall ultimately be educated a new generation capable of establishing communism. At the present time, the first step along this road would appear to be the further development of the below-mentioned fundamental scholastic and cultural changes already introduced by the Soviet power. 1. The introduction of gratuitous, compulsory, general, and technical instruction for all children of both sexes up to the age of 17. The Technica education will supply an acquaintance with the theory and practice of the principal branches of production. 79. 2. The creation of a network of institutions preparatory to school life, creches, kindergartens, children's homes, etc., for the improvement of social education and for the freeing of women. 80. 3. The complete realization of the principles of the unified labor school, with instruction in the native tongue, co-education, absolutely secular instruction, that is to say, education entirely free from any kind of religious influence, an instruction in which theory shall be closely linked with socially productive labor, an instruction which shall produce a many-sided development of the members of communist society. 4. The supply to all pupils, at the cost of the state, of food, clothing, footgear, and scholastic requisites. 394-81. 5. The creation of fresh relays of educational workers permeated with the ideas of communism. 82. 6. The inducing of all the working population to participate actively in the spread of enlightenment, the development of Soviets of public instruction, the mobilization of all who can read and write, etc. 83 and 84. 7. Many-sided state aid for the self-education of workers and peasants, the creation of a network of institutions for extra-scholastic instruction, libraries, adult schools, popular homes and universities, courses, lectures, cinemas, etc. 85. 8. The extensive development of professional training for pupils above the age of 17, in association with general polytechnic learning. 86. 9. Easy access to the lecture halls of the universities for all who may desire it, and especially for workers, the throwing open of the universities as a field for the teaching activities of all competent persons, the removal of all artificial obstacles that may now prevent the access of fresh teaching strength into the professorial chairs, attention to the material welfare of the pupils, so that it may become practically possible for proletarians and peasants to attend the universities. 87. 10. In like manner it is essential to provide easy access for the workers to all art treasures, which have been created upon the basis of the exploitation of their labor, and which have hitherto been at the exclusive disposal of the exploiters. 88. 11. The development of an extensive propaganda of communist ideas, and the utilization to that end of all the apparatus and means of the state power. 395 Religion. 89-92. With regard to religion, the Russian Communist Party is not content with having already decreed the separation of the church from the state and of the school from the church, that is, with having taken measures which bourgeois democracy includes in its programs but has nowhere carried out owing to the manifold associations that actually obtain between capital and religious propaganda. The Russian Communist Party is guided by the conviction that nothing but the fulfillment of purposiveness and full awareness in all the social and economic activities of the masses can lead to the complete disappearance of religious prejudices. The party endeavors to secure the complete breakup of the union between the exploiting classes and the organizations for religious propaganda, thus cooperating in the actual deliverance of the working masses from religious prejudices, and organizing the most extensive propaganda of scientific enlightenment and anti-religious conceptions. While doing this, we must carefully avoid anything that can wound the feelings of believers, for such a method can only lead to the strengthening of religious fanaticism. Economic affairs. 93. The party must inexorably complete the expropriation of the bourgeoisie, which has already been begun, and which in the main and in essentials has been accomplished. As a result of this expropriation, the means of production and exchange pass into the ownership of the Soviet Republic, become, that is to say, the common property of all the workers. 94. It is an essential part of the economic policy of the Soviet power to secure a universal increase in the productive forces of the country. In view of the widespread disorganization, for the preservation of the country all other considerations must be subordinated to one practical aim: a 396 rapid increase, by all available means, in the quantity of goods urgently needed by the population. The success in the working of every Soviet institution concerned with economic life, must be measured by the practical results that are secured in this matter of increased production. In this connection, the most important considerations are the following. 95. The breakup of the imperialist economy bequeathed as a legacy to the opening period of Soviet reconstruction an utterly chaotic condition in respect both of the organization and of the administration of production. Hence, one of our fundamental tasks, one of our most urgent needs, is to secure the greatest possible cohesion in all the economic activities of the country, which must be unified in accordance with a general governmental design. We must effect the maximum centralization of production in the sense of uniting it into individual branches and groups of branches, in the sense of concentrating it into the best possible productive units, and in the sense of the speediest fulfillment of economic tasks. We must secure the maximum solidarization of the whole economic apparatus, rationally and economically utilizing all the material resources of the country. 96. To this end we must promote a close economic collaboration and a political alliance with other peoples, simultaneously striving to establish a unified economic plan in conjunction with those among them which have already established a Soviet system. 97. With regard to small-scale production and home industry, we must make the widest possible use of it by giving government orders to the home workers. Home industry and small-scale production must be included within the general plan for the supply of raw materials and fuel, and they must receive financial support or a condition that the various home workers, artels, productive cooperatives, and other petty undertakings may combine to form larger productive and industrial units. We must encourage such unions, while 397 endeavoring by these and a series of other measures to counteract the endeavors of the home workers to become small independent manufacturers. We must thus promote the painless transition of this obsolete form of production into the higher form of large-scale machinofacture. 98. The organized apparatus of social production must primarily depend upon the trade unions. These unions must to an increasing extent free themselves from craft bonds. They must be transformed into huge productive unities, enrolling the majority of the workers, and in due time all the workers, in the respective branches of production. Inasmuch as the trade unions are already, as specified in the laws of the Soviet Republic and as realized in practice, participants in all the local and central organs administering industry, they must proceed to the practical concentration into their own hands of the work of administration in the whole economic life of the country, making this their unified economic aim. Thus protecting the indissoluble union between the central state authority, the national economy, and the broad masses of the workers, the trade unions must in the fullest possible measure induce the workers to participate directly in the work of economic administration. The participation of the trade unions in the conduct of economic life, and the involvement by them of the broad masses of the people in this work, would appear at the same time to be our chief aid in the campaign against the bureaucratization of the economic apparatus of the Soviet power. This will also facilitate the establishment of an effective popular control over the results of production. 99. For the purpose of development of economic life, it is essential to utilize to the utmost all the labor power at the disposal of the state. Its correct assignment and reassignment as between the various territorial areas and as between the various branches of economic life is the main task of the economic policy of the Soviet power. It can be fulfilled in no other way than by an intimate association between the Soviet power and the trade unions. The general mobilization 398 by the Soviet power of all members of the population who are physically and mentally fit for work, a mobilization to be effected through the instrumentality of the trade unions, for the discharge of definite social duties, must be achieved far more widely and systematically than has hitherto been the case. 100. Despite the disintegration of the capitalist organizations of labor, the productive energies of the country can be renovated and developed, but the socialist method of production can be consolidated in no other way than through the establishment of a comradely discipline among the workers, through their achieving the utmost independence, through their acquiring a sense of responsibility, and through the strictest mutual control over productive work. For the attainment of this end there is requisite persevering and systematic work for the education of the masses, which will now be facilitated by the fact that they are actually witnessing the overthrow of the capitalist, the landlord, and the trader, and by the fact that their own practical experience is convincing them that their well-being exclusively depends upon the disciplining of their own labor. In this work of creating a new socialist discipline, the leading role is assigned to the trade unions. These latter, quitting the old rut, must for the realization of the new aim put into practice various measures, such as the following: the introduction of account keeping, the establishment of a normal working day and of a normal intensity of labor, the inauguration of responsibility to comradely labor courts, etc. 101. This task of developing the forces of production requires for its performance the immediate, widespread, and many-sided utilization of the experts, scientists and technicians, bequeathed to us as a legacy by capitalism. We must see them despite the fact that inevitably in most cases they have been nourished upon capitalist philosophy and have been trained in bourgeois habits. The party considers that the period of acute struggle with those belonging to the stratum 399, a struggle which originated in the sabotage they organized, has now come to an end, inasmuch as the strength of the sabotaging movement has been broken. The party, therefore, must pursue its policy in close alliance with the trade unions. On the one hand, it must avoid making any political concession to the members of the bourgeois stratum, and must ruthlessly suppress any leanings they may exhibit in the direction of the counter-revolution. On the other hand, it must no less ruthlessly wage war against the so-called radicalism, in fact, an ignorant form of self-conceit, of those who believe that the workers can overcome capitalism and the bourgeois system without learning from bourgeois experts, without making use of these experts, and without going to school with them for a considerable period. While striving to secure equal remuneration for all labor, and while aiming at the establishment of complete communism, the Soviet power cannot endeavor to effect the full realization of this equality at the present moment, when hardly the first steps have been taken towards the transformation of capitalism into communism. Hence it will be necessary to maintain for a certain time the system of specially high remuneration for experts, so that they may work better than before and not worse. To this end, we must not shrink from the payment of premiums for exceptionally successful work and for work done in a managerial capacity. In like manner we must place the bourgeois experts in an environment of comradely social labor, where they will rub shoulders with the rank and file of the workers and also with the most advanced among the class-conscious communists. In this way a mutual understanding will be secured, and the chasm bridged which existed under capitalism between mental workers and manual workers. 102. The Soviet power has already adopted a whole series of measures aiming at the development of science and at its wedding to production. It has created a network of new institutes of applied science, laboratories, experimental stations, experimental works for the trial of new technical 400 methods, it has made improvements and inventions, it has scheduled and organized the moral and material means at our disposal for scientific purposes, etc. The Russian Communist Party supports all these measures, it strives to further their development, and to assist in the creation of more favorable conditions for scientific study, and for the utilization of science for the increase of the productive energy of the country. Agriculture. 103 to 109. The Soviet POW-1, having completely abolished private property in land, has already instituted a whole series of measures to promote the organization of large-scale socialist agriculture. The most important of these measures are the following: 1. The founding of Soviet farms, that is to say, of large-scale socialist economies. 2. The support of artels or cooperatives for the communal cultivation of the land. 3. The organization of the state cultivation of all kinds of uncultivated land. 4. The state mobilization of all agricultural experts, so that energetic measures may be taken for the improvement of agricultural methods. 5. The support of agricultural communes, as purely voluntary associations, of agriculturists for the cooperative conduct of large-scale farming. Regarding all these measures as integrally tending to favor the absolutely essential increase in the productivity of agricultural labor, the Russian Communist Party endeavors to make them as fully effective as possible, to diffuse them widely throughout the more backward regions of the country, and to encourage further advances of the same character. 110 and 111. In especial the Russian Communist Party advocates 1. Extensive state support for the agricultural cooperatives engaged in the elaboration of agricultural products. 2. The extensive introduction of methods for the 401 improvement of the land. 3. The widespread and purposive supply of farming implements to the poor peasants and the middle peasants. This is to be effected by means of lending stations. 112. Having to reckon with the fact that small-scale peasant farming will continue to exist for many years to come, the Russian Communist Party endeavors to promote a series of measures tending to increase the productivity of peasant agriculture. Among such measures may be enumerated: 1. The regularization of peasant tillage, the abolition of the strip system of culture, etc. 2. The supply of better seed and of artificial manures to the peasants. 3. The improvement of the breed of the peasants' livestock. 4. The general diffusion of expert agricultural knowledge. 5. Expert agricultural assistance to the peasants. 6. Repair of the peasants' agricultural implements at the Soviet repairing shops. 7. The foundation of lending stations, experimental stations, demonstration fields, etc. 8. the improvement of peasant lands. 113. The chasm between town and country is at all times one of the main causes of the backwardness of the rural districts, both as regards farming methods and as regards mental culture. But, in a profoundly critical epoch like the present, this cleavage involves for town and country alike the imminent danger of absolute ruin. The Russian Communist Party therefore regards the putting an end to this separation as one of the fundamental tasks of communist constructive policy. In addition to the general measures it advocates, it considers essential, the widespread and purposive attraction of industrial workers to communally conducted agricultural occupations, the development of the activity of the Workers' Committee of Collaboration, a branch of state activity already instituted by the Soviet power, and similar measures. 114. In all its work in the rural districts, the Russian Communist Party primarily relies for support upon the proletarian and semi-proletarian strata of these regions. It organizes them, first of all, as an independent force, forming 402 branches of the party in the villages, organizations of the poor peasants, a peculiar type of trade unions for the rural proletarians and semi-proletarians, etc., bringing these rural workers everywhere into close relations with the urban proletariat, and enfranchising them from the influence of the rural bourgeoisie and of the petty proprietary interests. As far as concerns the rich peasants, the rural bourgeoisie, the policy of the Russian Communist Party takes the form of a decisive struggle against their exploitative inclinations, and of measures to crush their resistance to the Soviet policy. In the case of the middle peasantry, the policy of the Russian Communist Party is, by degrees and of set purpose, to attract them to the work of socialist construction. The party aims at detaching them from the rich peasants, at bringing them over to the side of the working class by paying special attention to their needs. It attempts to overcome their backwardness in cultural matters by measures of an ideological character, carefully avoiding any coercive steps. On all occasions upon which their vital interests are touched, it endeavors to come to a practical agreement with them, making to them such concessions as will promote socialist reorganization. Distribution. 115 to 119. In the sphere of distribution, the task of the Soviet power at the present time is unerringly to continue the replacement of trade by a purposive distribution of goods, by a system of distribution organized by the state upon a national scale. The aim is to achieve the organization of the whole population into an integral network of consumers' communes, which shall be able with the utmost speed, purposiveness, economy, and a minimal expenditure of labor, to distribute all the necessary goods, while strictly centralizing the whole distributive apparatus. Upon the foundation of consumers' communes and 403 upon their unification there must be built up a genuine, all-embracing, and working cooperation, taking the form of an immense organization of consumers, which shall become an apparatus for mass distribution more perfect than any known to the history of capitalism. As a matter of principle, the Russian Communist Party holds that the proper course in connection with this problem of distribution is, not to scrap the cooperative apparatus, but to develop it on communist lines. The party will pursue this policy systematically. It enjoins upon all the members of the party that they shall work in the cooperatives, and, with the assistance of the trade unions, shall administer them in the communist spirit, that they shall promote independence and discipline throughout the working population united to form cooperatives, that they shall endeavor to ensure that the entire population shall enter the cooperatives, and that these cooperatives shall merge into a single great cooperative comprising the whole Soviet Republic. From top to bottom, last of all, and above all, that the dominance of the proletariat over the other strata of the workers shall be continually maintained, and that everywhere there shall be put into practice various measures to facilitate and achieve the transition from petty bourgeois cooperatives of the old capitalist type to consumers' communes led by the proletarians and the semi-proletarians. Money and banks. 120 and 121. Avoiding the mistakes made by the Commune of Paris, the Soviet power in Russia first seized the state bank, and then nationalized the private commercial banks, and formed a union of nationalist banks, and of their accumulated funds, merging them in the state bank. In this way was created the framework of the People's Bank of the Soviet Republic. Thus, from being a center for the economic dominion of financial capital and an instrument for the political rule of the exploiters, the bank became an instrument of the workers' power and a lever to promote economic 404 transformation. In order to carry to its logical conclusion the work begun by the Soviet power, the Russian Communist Party lays a special stress upon the following principles. 1. The monopolization of all banking business in the hands of the Soviet state. 2. The radical transformation and simplification of banking operations, so that the whole banking system shall become an apparatus for the unified bookkeeping of the Soviet Republic. In proportion as the organization of a purposive social economy is achieved, this will lead to the disappearance of banks, and to their conversion into the central bookkeeping establishment of communist society. In the opening stage of the transition from capitalism to communism, and prior to the organization of a fully developed system for the communist production and distribution of goods, the abolition of money is impossible. In these circumstances, the bourgeois elements of the population continue to use for speculation, profit-making, and the plundering of the workers, the monetary tokens that still remain in private ownership. Upon the basis of the nationalization of banking, the Russian Communist Party endeavors to promote a series of measures favoring a moneyless system of account keeping, and paving the way for the abolition of money. These are, the compulsory deposit of money in the People's Bank, the introduction of budget books, the replacement of money by written or printed tokens, by tickets giving the right to the receipt of goods but available for short periods only, etc. Finance. 122 to 124. During the epoch in which the socialization of the means of production confiscated from the capitalists has begun, the state power ceases to be a parasitic apparatus nourished upon the productive process. There now begins its transformation into an organization directly fulfilling the function of administering the economic life of the country. To 405 this extent the state budget will be a budget of the whole of the national economy. Under these conditions, the balancing of revenue and expenditure can only be effected by means of an accurate record of the production and distribution of goods systematically carried out by the state. As far as concerns the defraying of extraordinary state expenditure during the transitional period, the Russian Communist Party advocates that the system of levies upon the capitalists which was historically necessary and legitimate in the opening phase of the revolution, shall be replaced by a graduated income and property tax. But insofar as this tax ceases to be lucrative in view of the widely affected expropriation of the possessing classes, the state expenditure must be met by the direct conversion to this purpose of part of the income from various state monopolies. 125 and 126. The housing problem became extremely acute during the war period. To assist in its solution, the Soviet power completely expropriated all the houses belonging to capitalist landlords and handed them over to the urban Soviets. It effected mass settlements of workers from the suburbs in the bourgeois dwellings. It handed over the best of these dwellings to the workers' organizations, arranging for the upkeep of the houses at the cost of the state. It undertook to provide the workers' families with furniture, etc. The Russian Communist Party, without doing anything contrary to the interests of non-capitalist house owners, must use its utmost endeavors to discover and apply the best means for the improvement of the housing conditions of the working masses, for putting an end to the overcrowding and the unsanitary condition of the older quarters of the cities, for the destruction of dwellings unfit for habitation, the renovation of old houses, and the building of new houses suitable to the new conditions of working class life, in general for the rational rehousing of the workers. 406. Labor protection and social welfare. Work. 127 to 129. The establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat made possible for the first time the full realization of the minimum program of the socialist parties in the domain of labor protection. In its Code of Labor Laws, the Soviet power has formally decreed an 8-hour working day for all workers as the maximum working time but for persons not exceeding 18 years of age, and also in especially injurious branches of production, and also for minors, the working day must not exceed 6 hours, a 42-hour period each week of uninterrupted rest for all workers. Overtime is as a rule prohibited. The employment of the labor of children and of young persons under 16 is prohibited. Night work, and work in injurious trades and also overtime, are prohibited in the case of all women and also in the case of young men under the age of 18. For 8 weeks before and 8 weeks after childbirth women do no work, but continue to receive full pay, together with gratuitous medical attendance and medicine, and working women with children at the breast receive during working hours half an hour's leave every 3 hours. The inspection of labor and sanitary inspection by Soviets elected by the trade unions. 130 to 132. For all workers who do not exploit others' labor, the legislation of the Soviet power provides full social insurance against any kind of loss of capacity for labor, and also, for the first time in history, against unemployment at the sole expense of employers and the state, with complete independence on the part of the insured, together with the intimate participation of the trade unions. 133. More than this, in certain respects the Soviet power has gone beyond the minimum program, and in the before-mentioned Code of Labor Laws has arranged for the participation of the labor organizations in the decision of matters relating to the engagement and discharge of workers. 407. For all workers who have worked continuously for not less than 1 year, a month's holiday on full pay is decreed. The code provides for the state regulation of wages upon the basis of scales drawn up by the trade unions. The code further arranges for the formation of special bodies or departments for the assignment and scheduling of labor power by the Soviets and trade unions, making it compulsory to provide work for the unemployed. But the extreme disorganization resulting from the war and the attack made by world imperialism, have compelled the Soviet power to take certain steps backwards, to have recourse, in exceptional circumstances, to overtime work, limiting this to 50 days in the year, to permit the employment of young persons from 14 to 16 years of age, limiting their working day to 4 hours, temporarily to arrange that the month's holiday shall be reduced to a fortnight, to increase the duration of night work to 7 hours. 134. The Russian Communist Party must conduct extensive propaganda on behalf of the active participation of all workers in the energetic enforcement of the measures for labor protection. To this end the following measures are necessary. 1. The work of organizing and extending labor inspection must be actively taken in hand. For this purpose, active workers, drawn from among the ranks of the manual workers, must be selected and trained, and this method of inspection must be extended to small-scale production and to home industry. 2. Labor protection must be extended to all branches of work, including the building trade, land and water transport, domestic service, and agriculture. 3. Industrial and agricultural jabur must be absolutely prohibited during childhood, and there must be a further reduction of the working day in the case of young persons. In addition, the Russian Communist Party must 408 undertake the following tasks. 1. When there occurs a general increase in the productivity of labor, there must be a maximum working day of 6 hours without any diminution in the rate of pay, and in addition to the 6 hours there shall be 2 hours compulsory work without special pay, during which instruction shall be given in craftsmanship and the theory of production, practical instruction in the technique of state administrative work, and military training. 2. The introduction of a system of premiums which shall promote emulation, in order to increase the productivity of labor. In the sphere of social welfare work, the Russian Communist Party endeavors to organize an extensive system of state aid, not only for the victims of the war and of misfortune arising from elemental causes, but also for the victims of abnormal social conditions. It conducts a vigorous struggle against all forms of parasitism and idleness, and it makes it its business to guide back to a working life all those whom circumstances have forced out of the ranks of the workers. Public hygiene. 135 to 138. As the foundation of its activities in the domain of safeguarding public health, the Russian Communist Party proposes, first of all, the introduction of hygienic and sanitary measures aiming at the prevention of disease. The dictatorship of the proletariat has already made it possible to introduce quite a number of hygienic and curative measures which were impracticable within the framework of bourgeois society, for instance, the nationalization of the business of the retail chemists, of large-scale curative institutions founded and run by private enterprise, of health resorts, the establishment of labor duty for all medical workers, etc. In conformity with this, the Russian Communist Party, Gloss SARY 409, regards the following as its immediate tasks. 1. The vigorous pursuance of extensive sanitary measures undertaken in the interests of the workers, such as a. Improvement of the sanitary condition of all places of public resort, the protection of earth, water, and air. b. The organization of communal kitchens and of the food supply generally upon a scientific and hygienic foundation. c. Measures to prevent the spread of diseases of a contagious character. d. Sanitary legislation. 2. A campaign against social discases, tuberculosis, venereal disease, alcoholism, etc. 3. The gratuitous provision of medical advice and treatment for the whole population. The translators have not attempted to supply an exhaustive glossary. Most of the terms used in the ABC are defined in the text or are used in senses which will be found in any dictionary. It has, however, been thought expedient to define all words employed in an unusual or restricted signification. Russian terms with no adequate English equivalent are also explained. A few historical references are included. Artel, a union of working producers, either agricultural or industrial. A cooperative of production. Cadets. The Constitutional Democrats, a political party. CP 87. 410 centers. Unions of whole branches of production under the Soviet power. For example, Centro Copper, Centro Milk, etc. Chiefs. An alternative term to the last. For example, Chief Coal, Chief Textile, etc. Commissar. A Minister of State in the Soviet Republic. Commissariat. A Ministry of State in the Soviet Republic. Constituent Assembly. Properly speaking, this denotes a parliament specifically elected to draw up a constitution. In the 4 BC the reference is sometimes to the Constituent Assembly which met in January, 1918, and was forcibly dissolved by the Bolsheviks. At other times the term is used in a more general sense to denote any parliament elected democratically upon a territorial franchise. The context will show which is meant. Desiatina, also written desiatine. The usual Russian unit of measurement for farming land equals approximately 232 acres. See hectare. Duyhobers. A Russian sect. The Duyhobers are pacifists and conscientious objectors to military service. Employees. In the ABC this word is not used in the current English sense to denote any person employed by another. Employee is here contrasted with worker, which see. The employee earns a salary, the worker earns a wage. The former is, or regacia himself as, a brain worker, and is therefore of a superior class to the manual workers. Employees dress differently from workers and incline to have a bourgeois rather than a proletarian ideology. Insofar as they are really proletarian in status, they comprise the black-coated proletariat. Also known collectively as the salariat, which see. Also termed the minor intelligentsia. See intelligentsia, essera. The Social Revolutionaries, a political party. From the initials 8. S, R, ER. Gamza. The state machine shops of the Soviet Republic. Hectare. A French superficial measure, equals approximately 2 acres. See Desiatina. Intelligentsia. A collective term used in Russia for those engaged in the liberal professions: lawyers, doctors, university professors, etc. Practically equivalent to the professional classes of this country. Strictly speaking, these form the major intelligentsia, The other subclass comprises the minor intelligentsia. The is an alternative term for salariat. See employee. Kopeck. The hundredth part of a ruble, which see. Kulak. See peasant. Kusterabit. CP 277. The central league in which are organized the Kustarniks, those engaged in whore industry. Kust. CP 268. Octobrists. A political party which originated in connection with the CCR Manifesto of Nicholas I on October J7, 1905. Old style. Dates recorded by the Old Russian calendar, which was 13 days behind that used in Western countries. Thus January 1, 1917, 00.s, was January 4, 1917, in this country, and soon. The Soviet Republic has adopted the Western calendar. Peasant and peasantry. The Russian peasants consist of 3 grades. 1. Rich peasants. These have large farms, on which wage labor is required. They are master peasants, and therefore belong to the exploiting class. They are also known as kulaks, which conveys the idea that they are hard-fisted and usurious persons. The village money lenders and the avaricious liquor sellers in the villages under the old regime were also known as kulaks. The rich peasants correspond roughly to the farmers of the English countryside. But they are not tenant farmers. 2. Middle peasants. These have small farms, which they work themselves without employing wage labor. They correspond to the small holders of England and the crofters of Scotland. 3. Poor peasants. Landless rural workers, i.e. agricultural. 412 laborers forming the rural proletariat and semi-proletariat, which section Pud. Russian unit of weight. 36 pounds. Approximately 1/3 of a CWT. Puroshkevich. A noted anti-Semite, who had been a member of the Duma in Tsarist days. At a sitting of the four Dumas in the summer of 1917, Puroshkevich demanded the immediate suppression of the Soviets and the proclamation of martial law. Revolution of 1917. Russian writers refer to the whole movement from the dethronement of the Tsar in March to the establishment of the Soviet power in November as the Revolution of 1917. When they wish to refer distinctively to one phase or the other, they speak of the March Revolution and the November Revolution respectively. Often, using the old calendar, see Old Style, they refer to the February Revolution and the October Revolution, which is somewhat perplexing to non-Russian readers. Ruble. Russian standard coin. Before the war, the ruble was equivalent to 2d in English money. Approximately 10 rubles to the £1 sterling. The ruble is now enormously depreciated. RSFSR. Initial letters of Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic. Salariat. The collectivity of employees or salary earners. See employee. Sajheni. Russian measure == 7 feet. SEC. The Supreme Economic Council. Semi-proletarian. 1. A peasant who spends part of every year as a wage worker in atone. 2. A peasant who owns no land, for rural proletarian or agricultural laborer, poor peasant. The former is the strict meaning of the term, but it is used rather loosely. See peasant. Soviet. The Russian word for council. In 1905 Soviets or councils of workers' delegates were first set up. In their primary forms these bodies closely corresponded to the factory committees, shop stewards' committees, workers' committees, etc., of Britain. Since the Revolution of November, 1917, the word has had a political significance superadded to the primary meaning of Council of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants delegates. This political significance is now familiar. Worker, this term is used in various senses. The context will show in which of the following meanings it is employed. 1. Most often it denotes all who are proletarian by status, members of the urban proletariat, as distinguished from the peasants, but not necessarily class-conscious members. See peasant. 2. In some cases it denotes the manual operatives in manufacturing industry, as contrasted with those who in England are sometimes termed the black-coated proletariat. See employee and salariat. 3. In a great many instances it is used more comprehensively to denote all who live by labor, whether mainly mental or mainly manual, in contrast with those who live, or would fain live, by exploitation. Here the contrast is between workers and bourgeois.